All right, cool. We are live. Hey, what's going on? My name is Mike from 40k Dirtbags, and welcome to the channel. I have been super slammed with work, and I made the decision or had the idea that I just don't have time to make videos and edit and do all the things. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it live and try to make it into a show. So this is the first time doing it. It is called The Dugout, and this is episode 1, and it is a 40k tactics show about stuff and hobby grind. So the stuff we're gonna talk about is priority assets. I was talking about this earlier where I'm gonna go through all 5 missions, and I'll go through my planning process if I were to play a GT like this weekend, which I'm not, but if you want the documents, sign up on Patreon. You can get them on our Discord. So with that, check out our website, 40kdirtbagsllc.com. Here you can get on our Discord, you can get our merch. And if you want private coaching from Derek Apshays, one of the top 5 players in the world, you can hit him up on Patreon. As for me, my name is Mike, and I spent 21 years in the Marine Corps. Retiring from the reserves, I was a Force Reconnaissance platoon sergeant, and a lot of my time in the Marine Corps and my professional job was training and education, and a lot of building systems and really a lot of planning. So what I bring to kind of the channel is hobby grind, and then also like planning, right? So with that, I wrote a book. It's called Tabletop Gaming for Life. It's actually coming out at the end of this month, so I'm in the grind phase right now. This is our website, tabletopgamingforlife.com. And the best way I can describe it is the intent is to be the greatest 40k book not about 40k. I made a quick promo video. You can check that on Instagram, and let's see if this works. All right, cool. So planning, right? The guys at the team tournament were making fun of me, but I use PowerPoint. And Mike Butler, he's from Art of War. He's like, dude, are you serious right now? Because, you know, we're getting ready to play, and we're planning, and I busted out the laptop and I broke out PowerPoint. And he's like, this is like TTS from the 90s. But here's the thing. So I travel a lot for work, and I try to use TTS, but I'm not in places where I have power all the time. So I can be on PowerPoint for hours versus TTS. So this episode 1 is just how I planned based off of my time in the Marine Corps, for everything training from combat to training missions, right? And this is just how I like to do it. So again, like I said, if I were to play a GT tomorrow, this is what I would take. I ended 10th edition playing Hammer of Averni, and I figured I would just go into 11th edition starting with that. What I quickly realized was to understand how to deny your opponent's primary, in my opinion, you need to become familiar with the other dispositions. So I'm going on a disposition tour, more or less, and this is the end of priority assets, right? So from here, I'm going to go to Purge the Foe, and then probably Disruption, Recon, and then Take and Hold. But like I said, this is what I cooked up right now, and we will go over how I plan this whole thing, right? So I've got Canik Var, and if you're not familiar with Hammer of Averni, I get to reroll 1s against the oath target. My warlord is Canik Var. He is a boss. He gives scout to an infantry unit, 1 redeploy, sustained lethal built in, and he's got a feel no pain. He is freaking awesome. But the coolest thing about him is I can retarget Oath, right? So 4 rerolls to wound. So I've got Canic Var, and then I've got a Terminator in Terminator Ancient with Steel Font, which is bring a bodyguard back, and they are with 10 Assault Terminators, so 4 wounds. Then I've also got a Librarian in Terminator armor, and he has the Celerity enhancement, and that is for +2 movement and then advance and charge. Right now, he's with a 5-man squad. I've messed around with another 10-man. I just ended with this, and like I said, if I had to play tomorrow, this is what I would take. So he's with a 5-man Assault Terminator squad. Then I've got a regular Librarian with Fusillade, and this is sustained hits, and then depending on the having a total brain fart. But basically, when you ally in the Librarius Conclave, there's like different psychic like abilities you can be in. Most of the time, I'm gonna stay in the advance and charge and then fall back and charge. But his big thing, oh, that's right, it's crit 5s against monsters and vehicles, and this Librarian is with 10 Sternguard. Of course, I got the Lieutenant, Intercessor Squad, Double Ballistas, Infiltrators, the Land Speeder. I really want another one. I think that unit is friggin' awesome. I have a Repulsor to get around my Sternguard, and then a Scout Squad, and then, like I said, I got the 10 Sternguard. So that is the current list that I... Again, if haven't played a ton, especially this week, I was slammed. But if I had to play, that's what I would play. So again, this is how I use PowerPoint, and again, I will pin this in the Patreon chat on Discord. And so what I did was I went through and I pulled all 5 missions, right? And within all 5 missions, there are 15 layouts, right? So this is exactly what I would do. So the first thing is I got the layout, and then I'm looking for lines of sight, which would be the first thing, right? And then the second thing, I'm looking for staging areas, and now I'm just kind of like familiar with the terrain, right? So for this one, it is against take and hold, and this was like pretty interesting getting into 11th. No, you're good. What's up, man? Yeah, so getting into 11th, like these cards are sometimes a little bit weird. So again, this is why I wanted to like make a video and talk about it. Again, anyone in chat, let me know if I'm crazy and we can kind of go through this together, right? So for this first mission, it is Crucible, right? And so again, any battle round, when end of your turn, a friendly unit secured the asset this turn, which is an action, for 4 victory points. 1 or more of your units that started the turn within range of 1 or more central objectives are destroyed, right? So kill somebody on a central objective, you get 2 points. And then from the second battle round onwards, at the end of your command phase, right? So this really messed me up the first couple games I was playing in 11th, where at this top part, it's end of the turn, but the second part is end of the command phase, right? So you need to be aware of that, right? But at the end of the command phase, you control 1 or more objectives, excluding your home, for 4 victory points, and then you control 3 or more for 4 victory points, right? So secure the asset. Like, what is the action, right? And the action will change slightly based off of all 5 missions, right, against the other dispositions. So for take and hold, it is your shooting phase, right? 1 friendly unit that's within range of 1 objective. So this is important, and I'd probably highlight these on the cards because some of them are central objective, which I totally messed that up against my buddy Frank playing Purge the Foe. This one is just 1 objective, excluding your home, once per turn. At the end of your turn, your unit controls the objective, and then you secure the asset for 4 victory points, right? So what are we trying to do for primary against take and hold, right? We need to kill units on objective for 2 victory points. We need to hold 1 or more. If you control more, it's 4. And then if you get the action completed, then it's another 4, right? So like I said, that's what we need to do. And for all, let's see if Yeah, so for all of these, it's 4 midfield objectives. So again, like I said, the first thing I'm going to do is I want to check lines of sight, and usually when I do this, I'm going to take into account 2 things. One, I will kind of go backwards, right? So I will plan like, where do I want to be turn 1, and then I move like, what is the optimal deployment zone for that? Another thing I take into consideration is against knights, right? So against knights, they have towering, but it's 11th edition, kind of everyone has towering. So you know, you need to be aware of that. So this is like kind of worst case scenario, and then best case scenario, you can move up a little bit more than you would normally. 2 other things that I take in consideration before I deploy is going to be infiltrate, right? And for me, I have infiltrate, and I want to protect my scout position, right? Because I can have one of my Terminator squads scout 6. So one of those infiltrate squads, whether it's the infiltrators themselves or scouts, they are protecting my scout position, right? So if I win the roll off for that, then the scouts are going where I want to scout, or the combi lieutenant, right? But typically the scouts. And yeah, so I want to know where my deployment is, and I want to know where I'm going turn 1. And I will do that for every mission before a tournament. And so what this allows me to do is I can walk up to the table, see what the mission is, and I'll take screenshots of this, and I'll just put it on my phone, and then boom, I know generally where I'm going to deploy, and then I know generally where I'm going turn 1, which cuts down a ton of like mental bandwidth. So yeah, let's go through this one, right? So here I would want my combi lieutenant in and around here, and his role again is to within 6 inches to touch this objective, to force my opponent to do something turn 1 if that's something that I want to do, right? I'd put my scouts over here for a scout position, or if they don't have infiltrate, then this is kind of where I would want to deploy them. If he does have infiltrate, I'd probably put the scouts right here first, and then I would redeploy them somewhere else. I've got my 12-man Terminator squad right here. That is a squad that I want to scout up, because that's my bully unit. They can bring bodyguards back. They're Terminators. They have 4 wounds. I have access to -1 damage and armor contempt. So it's a pretty tough unit to get through. Over here, I've got my 6-man Terminator squad with +2 movement, advance, and charge. I've got a ballistus over on this side, my repulsor with the 10 Sternguard right here, kind of in the center-ish. I've got my other ballistus here, and my speeder. This guy's going to play the flanks, right? And recently, I've been deploying him like basically to harass my opponent's natural, right? But in this edition, it's a little bit different, right? So when I say harass my opponent's natural, I really mean like clearing little screens, and you'll see where I would deploy him turn 1, so he can tow into an objective, shoot something, and then do his reactive move after he shoots. And then just for this example, I've got my infiltrators back here, and then the intercessors right here. Like in this example, I just have the infiltrators staying in the back in my rear the whole game, and then my intercessors, as soon as they sticky this objective, then they're going to run up and then go do actions later on. Again, this is just a template. I would modify this based off of practice games, but this is kind of the game plan I would have going into the game. So this is what turn 1 would generally look like for me if I went first, right? If you're going second, it's a little bit easier in my opinion, because now I can see where my opponent has deployed, and now I can make a little bit more decisions based off of how far I move up, because now I can start measuring threat ranges. But this example, I'm just going first, and this is what I would do. Scouts are just going to chill here. I'd have the advance and charge Terminators. The intent for them in my head right now is they go to my natural, and then I want to pull them off the board turn 1, and then have them as a rapid ingress threat. I'd keep and here's another thing too. If you needed to, and this is something that really frustrated me playing Hammer of Averni, there are a lot of times where I wanted to pull the Terminators off of an objective, and I would either forget to sticky, or I would purposely choose not to sticky because I wanted the CP, and then maybe I change my decision after the end of my opponent's turn, and I'm like, shit, well, I can't leave right now. So rule of thumb, playing Hammer of Averni, or anything with sticky, right? I would say always have one other unit touching that objective, because then you can make the decision, right? So anyway, I would put that other Terminator squad here, and intercessors kind of just advance this way. I'd put my speeder up here. Now, again, this is just the baseline, right? It would really depend on what units he has staged here, because this thing's not that hard to kill. So this is kind of like a maybe, right? And then my other shooting assets are kind of just staged and ready to go. This 12-man Terminator brick playing this mission, right? If you look at the firing angles, I mean, from this angle right here, let me just move this out of the way. From this angle right here, like you're not getting shot, even, you know, because they can't draw a line of sight. This angle right here is the only questionable one. But if we go back over here, if I just turn this kind of like this, whoops. If I just turn this way, right, depending on what my opponent has, like if they toe into this, that's the angle that they're going to get. So I could string out like my Terminators, like some of them back here, the bulk of them up here, and they are ready to threaten whatever my opponent puts out here, right? I would typically not, I would like to say I typically don't commit them turn 2, but again, it's something you could do, right? Sorry, let me read some of the chat. Also, don't forget to give it a like or follow. Oh yeah, all the YouTube stuff, right? First time. I need this in my life. Awesome, man. Wish you did more of them. Well, that is the plan, Mass Effect. I 100% sticky home with the Sternguard, hopped immediately to the repulsor. Yeah, for sure, dude. And again, like I said, like this is why I wanted to do it live, because it's interactive. So yeah, that is a possibility. Now, the caveat to that is, like, even just looking at this map right now, like, you don't necessarily need to hold your home. So what does screening out your home do for you currently, right? It's going to give you defense stronghold, right? Which is only one out of 18 missions, right? But like, dude, I don't like getting deep struck like in the backfield. Now it's, I would say, a little bit better than 10th edition because, you know, again, like if you left your backfield open, you know, by mistake or whatever, and then you have dickheads coming in behind you, now you have to make the decision, like, am I committing like forces to go backwards? So, yeah, I mean, that could be a in-game, depending on my opponent, what do they have in deep strike? Do they have uppy downy? Do they have 6-inch deep strike? So that is a consideration 100%, right? But anyway, so depending on what they have here is really going to depend on how I position these guys, right? But just for this example, I want these guys to go as far forward as they can without overexposing, right? I want to make it a little bit difficult for them to have to shoot, but then also, like, I'm threatening this objective, right? Because even though this squad only moves 5, I mean, from right here, we are right here. This is totally reasonable charges to threaten with this big ass brick, right? But that's not necessarily something that I want to commit like really early. I really want to commit this Terminator squad. So like I said, bare minimum, this squad is coming off the board and now they're in strat reserves, and generally this would be what the end of my end of the turn against my opponent would look like. More than likely, I decided to put this guy right here just to cut the angles as much as I could, just so they couldn't walk like some stupid fucking unit up here and then nuke him if he was over, let's just say he was here. But again, someone gets within 8, I'm going to move backwards. If this guy gets charged, I can heroic in with these guys and then consolidate on there. So that's kind of the little micro plays that I would use with the lieutenant, and that's why I decided to put him right there. Prevents potential 5 VP at the end of the game if you have a screen, and then yeah, exactly, man. And those are just going to be decisions that you make. Again, like I think scouts, it sucks that they can't scout and infiltrate, but the nice thing is they come off the board. So really their goal for me in the way I employ this army is they protect my scout positioning for whoever, wherever that is, and then they come off the board, right? Maybe these guys run up, maybe the scouts stay in the back and they're just in the back of the game, the whole game. So that is generally my game plan. Now, the nice thing about this is, or this style of planning, so I've got deployment, I've got turn 1. This essentially also sets you up, for your turn 2 right here, right? So what are you doing turn 2? You're doing a couple actions. I wouldn't necessarily want to commit this big brick, but you've got this unit to come in as a rapid at the end of your opponent's turn, but I would kind of be a little bit more passive once I get to this positioning, right? Like this is pretty strong. I've got the Sternguard here. They will fuck anything up that comes, down here. I've got multiple shooting assets if they want to come mess with this. So it really, you're only really making tactical decisions like turns 3, 4, and 5. But in terms of deployment, turn 1 and turn 2, you're done, man. So that's why I like to do this beforehand. And to be honest, like I'm just not as good as a lot of other players where they can do all the shit on the fly. I've maybe excessive times 2 scouts. 1 is devoted to screening every turn, uppy downy, because all the actions are within 6 inches just about. Yeah, and I mean like double scouts, I don't think is a crazy thing. I went back and forth on it a bunch of times, but like I said, I was flying home today and I was like, you know what, this is what I would take. And then this is the second mission, and then this is the third mission, and those are all 3 layouts you could play against a take and hold player. So moving on. Second scouts are more usable and sacrificial. Yeah, I mean 100%, dude. You're not wrong at all. All right, so moving on to Purge the Foe. I've played Purge the Foe the most so far, and it's been interesting. But again, what are they trying to do, right? So your primary, at the end of your turn, right, you control 1 or more central objectives, right? So this is what I was talking about before. The center 2 objectives is really important for your primary. And then from the second battle round onwards, at the end of your command phase, you control 1 or more objectives, excluding your home, so hold more. And then 1 or more objectives is a central objective. Again, like I'm going to highlight this, underline it, because I fucked this up. You can watch it on stream against Frank playing World Eaters. Totally messed this whole thing up, right? And again, like it wasn't dice, it wasn't anything other than I just didn't pay attention to that. And my guys were way out of position, right? So that's all on me. And then end of the battle, you hold their home objective, right? So the game plan is we want to hang out here and we kind of want to hang out here. Our Purge player, right? His is kill 1, kill more, and then hold 1, hold more. So how do we make that more difficult for him, right? So this is generally how I would deploy. Like I said, I would want to scout these guys up. And like this right here, yes, I understand that these guys are open in a firing lane. This depends on, their shooting. If they don't have any shooting, I would put these guys like fucking right here, right? Because again, going first or second, I don't really care. But you'll see where I had them pre-planned. But if they have some sort of shooting, I'd want these guys all touching this so they get the hidden rule. Again, the Sternguard in the repulsor, they're going to hang out in the center. And my rule of thumb for where I deploy my shooting assets is like, can I draw 2 lines of sight, from a second or third turn in the game, which in my head is like the second or third position I want to be in. So for an example, like this guy right here, he is threatening this angle, turn 1, right? Up to here, or turn 2, but he could also end up here, right? So from here, he's also got down this way. He's also got, there's a really tight angle from here all up into this, right? So that's why I think this is a pretty good spot on this map. The repulsor, right? He can go from here. He gets up to here. The Sternguard get out. Now, technically, right, this whole package, right, could end up here. Now I can shoot out of this. I can shoot down this way. And then the Sternguard get out as well. So at least 2 different positions. This guy, he ends up here, and then he ends up over here. I'm affecting this over here potentially, right? And then over this way and over this way as well. Again, you could interchange these. It really doesn't matter. And then I've got my intercessors. For this one, recently I've been putting this guy over on this side just to like do something like this, or, you know, really maybe something like that. Shoot something over here if I can, and then he can safely move back behind here. So I've been kind of using him as a harassing piece to my opponent's natural. And then I just threw the infiltrators here, right? And this is just after playing World Eaters, where he's got multiple 8-bound, and I don't need fucking 8-bound coming up in my rear. So for turn 1, if I went first, it'd look generally something like this. Now for this one, sorry, I forgot. The action is your shooting phase. Yeah, your shooting phase. A friendly unit is within one of the central objectives, and then once per turn, you control the objective, and then you place an operations marker. This is kind of like Tipping Point, where you set up 3 markers, then you would get, you know, 1 point per marker. It's cumulative, right? Did I mess this up? No, I didn't. Okay, so for me, in my head, turn 1, like I want my combi lieutenant to marker this objective. And then turn 2, I'd marker this one, and then turn 3, I'm marking this one. And realistically, like against an equally skilled opponent, you're more likely only going to get optimally these 3. Worst case scenario, just this one and maybe this one. It depends on how aggressive that player is going to be, because he is trying to come to you, right? Which is an important thing that I totally messed up. I was going after him. I just really needed to chill here and not do shit. Whoops, I forgot to put these guys up here. So something that I made a mistake. I'd actually, just for a better like visual reference, I would put these guys to fade closer to this side. And here's why. So like, if I don't pull them off the board and something crazy, you know, comes into here, these guys, the next turn can come support this, right? And I've still got scouts on here as well. And then also, if I need to heroic, I can do that there as well. But the point I'm making is, the thing that I learned on this layout is I want to fade a little bit more to this side to help deal with anything that comes here later in the game. And then, yeah, I'd probably stage this guy like up here. Again, it's going to be based off of the threat ranges, right? Does he have spawn that can come up in here? I don't need this guy tagged in combat early. So where he goes is going to be based off of, you know, whatever units he puts here, and then scouts forward. In the 2 games that I played against Frank, he had spawn and the 8-bound all scouting like up into here. And this guy was kind of floating around, getting some shots off, moving back. At one point, he was like here, shot something in the center. Whoops. Center objective, and then he actually ended up here. I think I rolled like a 4, and then I was able to take this primary away from him. So you can do really cheeky moves with this unit. But yeah, really for this, like if he's got shooting, then they're just going to chill and wait for him to expose, and then you know, I want to be popping out and getting the first shot off, right? If he doesn't have shooting, you could be a little bit more aggressive with this guy, maybe move him up more. These guys could get a little bit further. It really depends, right? But generally, this is kind of where I'm going, and with the Ancient, these guys are +2 OC, so I would look at what units he has here, and it would just be 1 or 2 more, you know, OC, and that's what I would plop on there, just so he couldn't run up a unit of Jackals or whoever the fuck, and then just, you know, deny that. So those are kind of small little like in-game decisions that I would make, right? Cool. And then just looking at the other two, I played this one. This one was very interesting as well. And then this is the other purge layout. Cool. All right. So moving on to disruption, right? This one and recon are a little weird, right? So, all right, what are we doing for primary? Well, the first thing is they got this interesting version of tipping point. But what are we trying to do? So end of your turn, a friendly unit performed a sensor sweep. We'll read that in a second, but you get 4 victory points for it. And then you get 3 victory points for 1 or more enemy units that started the turn in range of an objective and was destroyed, right? So kill somebody on an objective, 3 points, that's pretty good. And then one of your opponent's operations markers on the battlefield. If 1 or more of your units are within the same terrain area as that operations marker and no enemy units are within that terrain area, you get 4 victory points, right? So like I said, this one's a little weird, but it's like a lot of like trading stuff. But as you noticed, like, all 3 maps for this one have like this really tiny center objective, right? Yeah, you ain't tracks, you ain't shit. Get out of here, dude. What's up, man? Semper Fi if you're a Marine. All right, let's go to second battle round onwards. So end of your command phase, you control 1 or more objectives, right? So just hold an objective. And then end of the battle, you're only one of your opponent's operations markers on the battlefield. If 1 or more of your units are within the same terrain area as that objective marker and no enemy units are within that terrain area, right? So you're trying to mess up their actions with your action, right? So sensor sweep, what is it? So your shooting phase, 1 friendly unit within range of 1 central objective. So again, I would highlight this. The central objective is just this small ass fucking shit right here. Use limit, once per turn. End of your turn, your unit controls that objective. So this center objective is pretty important. Your unit performs a sensor sweep. Remove 1 operations marker from the battlefield. Restrictions. A unit cannot start this action if there's only 1 operations marker on the battlefield, right? So your opponent is setting up these operations markers, and you are taking those markers off. What's up, Test? Yeah, so we're just going over planning. You're a Jarhead. We're doing Met-T, and we're doing Bamsis, and yeah, and we're just talking about it. So I actually think I changed this. Yeah, this is not right. So I'd probably put this guy somewhere around here. Again, the Sternguard in this repulsor kind of goes, you know, somewhere centrally located. There's a lot of open angles on this board, you know, as well, right? This angle ain't good, right? You could put, you know, a Tau dickhead player could put something crazy right here. So we want to avoid this angle. Of course, like this angle over here, you're safe from this side. This angle, yeah, we'd probably want to put this dude a little bit over here, maybe this guy here. And then also, you know, again, like a good Tau opponent will help you deploy, right? Those are my favorite Tau players. Let's see. So where would I want to scout? So if I put my scouts up here, this is actually something that I wanted to do live, right? Yeah, so the scouts on my first initial assessment looking at this, right? Scouts go here to my natural, and then I'd maybe scout these guys up. So these guys deploy right here. They scout their 6. So maybe deploy them right there. And then these guys probably over here. Of course, hidden, and probably something like that. I think that looks pretty good. Relax, brother. You just yad-yazzed me. I don't want to hear it. And then we got our intercessors back here, and then infiltrators here. Again, those are subject to change. But so the hard part about these Dawn of War deployments is like this is a lot of ground to cover. And the nice thing is between this 12 inches and this 8 inches over here, like you can block out, you know, quite a bit of your rear. It just really depends on what your opponent has. So turn 1, what are we doing? Maybe something to the effect of this, right? This is just an example of something where, like, again, if these guys can just shut off the board, then we're not doing that, right? But if they only have melee, this is kind of something cheeky you can do with this big ass unit right here. So you put them within 6. I know it's 12, but you're really not risking it. I have failed several 6-inch heroics in 10th edition, so I'm not really going, if I'm setting up this play, I'm not going further than 6. If they can be shot off the board, then these guys are just going to stay here, and then they're just going to leave at the end of my opponent's next turn. But these guys are going to move up. Again, it's going to be situationally dependent, really off of this angle right here. So what shooting does my opponent have? Let's just say he started here. Does he have advance and shoot? Ends up here, right? Then I would move them back a little bit more. Okay. These guys, again, same as before. I'm pulling them off the board, and then for some sort of rapid play, right? Depending on the terrain, you know how high this is. You may be able to stage this guy here, maybe, right? But if not, he's probably just going to chill here, because again, your opponent is trying to deal with this, right? So they need to do stuff on here, but you also need to do stuff on there. So, again, if it's heavy shooting, like this guy coming out here, that's not good. So he's really just going to be chilling, for a bit. You could make the argument to have him like here. This wouldn't be terrible either. Let's just move this. And in my opinion, this is just easier than TTS. So another example could be deployment. I put this guy right here, turn 1, he ends up here, and now he is here, and I've got plenty of angles I can shoot. I've got my Sternguard to, get out, advance, shoot, do things from there. That's another option as well. And I would just put this guy over here. Again, putting these guys here, it's going to be situationally dependent off of, their melee and or shooting capabilities. And that's really what I would do. Your primary is going to be dealing with this. So this unit needs to eventually get over to here, right? You could make I thought about this earlier. You could make the argument that these guys go from here and then end up here turn 1. But here's the problem, man. Like, these Terminators are good, but like, you're open to this shooting angle and then you're open to this shooting angle. Even if you did some sort of like V formation, kind of like this, it's still not great. It's fucking not great. Again, depending on what they have here. So like, this unit is tough, but if you put that out too early and you don't eliminate some of the shooting assets, like I've lost this 12-man unit multiple times when I put them in bad positions too early in the game. So I didn't really like that. I figured play it safer, just bully this, and then these guys are going to be the unit that rapid, turn 2, and then, you could even rapid over here. It doesn't matter, because they, one, can advance and charge, and they have plus, they're 7-inch moving Terminators. It's pretty good. So that would be the first unit that I commit to go deal with this, and then move these guys up. So that is an example of disruption. The other two maps, like I said, you've got this really, really small center one. Now this one, you've got this huge piece right here. You can hide a lot of stuff here. So can your opponent. Also, this blocks out a lot of stuff as well. This is pretty good. Yeah. I have Calidus, ATV, Redemptor for the middle, and then JPI. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I mean, I think that's the pretty good kind of multiple units to go do the things. All right, moving on. So for this one, what do we have? Oh, so this is reconnaissance, right? I might change this deployment now that I'm looking at it. But, all right, so end of your turn, a friendly unit performed a Vanguard operation. You get 4 points. We'll read that in a second. One or more enemy units was destroyed, right? So 2 points for killing somebody. And then from the second battle round onwards, at the end of your command phase, you control one or more objectives excluding your home. Okay, cool. So not necessarily the center. End of the battle, you control your opponent's home. So similarly to Purge, right? You want to make sure you have something left in the tank turn 5 to go deal with your opponent's home, right? So that whether that's the 10-man, or sorry, the 12-man Terminators or the 5-man, you want to make sure you got gas left in the tank to deal with getting to your opponent's home. Running about 11 units. But you get 10 points, so it's pretty good. So what is the Vanguard operation? Your shooting phase, one friendly unit within one terrain area that is within your opponent's territory. So this was, I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that this one counts because this piece is also in your opponent's territory, right? If you're not familiar with 11th edition, this is your opponent's territory, this is your territory. There's a couple secondaries now where you need to be over this line, right? So pay attention to that in your deployment. But it's your opponent's territory. So it's going to be this objective or this objective. Once per turn, at the end of your turn, if no enemy units are within that terrain area, that unit performs a Vanguard operation, right? So for the Vanguard operation, right, you need to control it, and then you may have to kill something on it, right? So to me, that's a minimum of 2 units that you're committing to go deal with that. You need to kill something that's on there, and then you need somebody to do the action, right? Let's see for turn 1. So yeah, something like this. This guy would kind of just stage. These guys would scout up. Again, depending on what my opponent has, this unit could be all the way up here, and this guy might be here. Again, within heroic intervention range, I would measure like what is the 15 inches for hidden. So it could be here, it could be here. But best case scenario, they move their 6 plus an advance. They're coming up here. Stage this guy over here. We've got this other one here. And the thing about the ballistas, right, and I got this from 10th edition, I'm a little bit more aggressive with the ballistas dreadnoughts because they're still 2-up save, T10, 12 wounds, right? So it takes some effort to deal with those guys. And then my Terminators are kind of the counter attack for that. Same thing with the speeder, right? I really want a second one, but this guy's come up here, shoot some stuff, and then get behind this piece. I'd kind of just have this repulsor staged up here to eventually get up into here, or maybe he goes from here over to here. He's trying to get this angle, depending on what my opponent presents, and then I've got the 10 Sternguard up in there. But I really wouldn't move him out turn 1. And then, like I said, the scouts are protecting, these guys. And then if they come off the board, boom, they're coming off the board. It's entirely possible that I may pull these guys off the board, right? It just depends on what happens to this guy and what my opponent does. But again, generally, this would kind of be the game plan. And again, the goal for these guys is to go from here, hold the center, regen guys, -1 damage, armor contempt, so dealing with this. Holding these 2 center objectives, and then their goal would to be either ending up here or ending up here. And then the rapid ingress Terminator squad, again, it would be the opposite. So if that squad's going over there, maybe they come here, go smash this side. Or if these guys you know, just depending on how the game goes, like these guys end up doing something like this. And then I would commit these guys to go deal with this. So general macro game plan. And that is reconnaissance. Let's look at the other two maps. Again, giant center ruin. This is a traditional tipping point from 10th. And then this is the new tipping point. Yeah, so again, these giant central objectives, but this is just one objective. It's not like the other ones where it's 4. All right, moving on. So priority assets. So this is the mirror match, right? So for this one, end of your turn, we're committing a sabotage for 3 victory points. For each of those units that are within range or 1 or more objective markers in your opponent's territory, you get 2 points, and it's cumulative for the action. And then from the second battle round onwards, at the end of your command phase, control 1 or more objectives excluding your home, right? So this is hold 1, hold more. And then what's the action? Within range of 1 objective marker, so not the center, right? Use limit, unlimited. Each unit that starts this action, this phase, must be within range of a different objective. Completes. End of your turn. If that unit controls the objective, your unit commits the sabotage, right? So what does that mean, right? So we only have 3 objectives, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for, yeah, again, it's like these small ones, but it's only 3 objectives in the midfield. So you're more likely going to be fighting over the center. You could make the argument to make a hard push to deal with this, but if you're committing that much to go take over your opponent's natural, I'm willing to bet that they would be doing the same. So I think kind of the safer bet would be to secure yours and then just keep fighting over the center, right? So for this example, scouts are up here. We scout, we move up, something like this. These guys might just be chilling. Oh, there we go. Yep, this guy's there to harass and then move back. And then this squad is ready to advance and charge over into the center. The combi lieutenant is forcing my opponent to have to do something. This is one objective. These are not 2 separate objectives, right? So this is just one thing. And then this guy, he can come out, he can shoot stuff. The Sternguard can get out, shoot something. Also, worst case scenario, I may pull these guys off and now they rapid ingress. You could also make the argument, like I was saying before, like you scout these guys. So if I was going to do that play, it probably looks something like this. And now I've got this essentially turn 1. And these dudes are ready to go up into here. You could also make the argument to have it with the advance and charge squad. So now you're really threatening this natural. But like this game is taking over objectives. So it's typically going to be the central objective. You know, just like in the same way I'm loading up this one, your opponent is probably going to load up the same as well. And then it's going to turn into a fight like for the center objective. Another example, like as I'm just kind of playing this or planning this live with you guys right now, like you could make the argument to do this and then these guys come up here. Again, it's going to depend on what shooting assets does he have up here, right? And really you're protected from this side, right? Even if he deployed, let's just say it's a mirror match and your opponent has, I don't know, a fucking, I don't know. Let's just say it's a Vindicator up here, right? Still not out in range. It's going to take him 2 turns to deal with this. So you're pretty safe from this side. So it's really going to depend on where these guys go. It's going to be dependent upon what your opponent can put into here to shoot out at you. Because I think this is a little risky. Obviously, we'd put these, you know, appropriately based on the terrain, but I think this is super risky. From here, I mean, you're exposed to this shooting, this shooting. They could have a Vindicator here and a Vindicator here. The squad's fucking dead. So that's probably not a great idea. So I think I would do something to the effect of this, almost kind of no matter what. You don't care about their home. Yeah, this one, other than a secondary, you're not getting those 10 points for the home field. So again, in my head, even with this play right now, I'd probably sticky this one, get these guys off the board and these guys off the board, leave the advance and charge guys, and just kind of see what my opponent does from here. That wouldn't be bad. Again, if I wanted to keep this one more centralized, you could do something like this. Keep this guy here. Keep the repulsor here. If this guy goes right here, again, it's going to be the same thing. It just depends on what my opponent has from this angle, where this guy goes. But I think for your shooting lanes, right, you would just plan out, like, I have like a primary location and then an alternate. So I think for this example, my primary would be here, maybe something like this for deployment. My alternate would be something like this, just depending on what they have. Because if I could have everything I wanted, it'd be something like this, like turn 1, turn 2, and then Sternguard are getting out. This guy's going to do an action, or whatever. He's pretty good at shooting, but it's not the greatest. I think threatening their expansion is the big play. Yeah, so I mean, let's just say we think that is the better plan for this mission, right? So if I was doing that, where are the scouts? I would deploy these guys here. I'd have this brick right here. This is my fuck you brick. I'd probably put these guys over here, hidden, and yep, combi lieutenant's probably here. I'd probably deploy something like this. Well, depending on what they have for shooting, this guy might have to be over here. Whoops. Maybe something like this. This is I would have to check this laser line, this angle. If they have a lot of shooting, I might deep strike this guy, maybe. But anyway, if the play is we're going to go fuck up our opponent's natural, like that is our game plan, is to deal with this triangle, then I would put the scouts here. These guys scout up. Maybe something like that. Or you can make the argument that the advance and charge squad goes up, and let's just say you get turn 1. Look, you could end up here turn 1. That is not impossible. I've done that with the 10-man. That 10-man has gotten wiped in 2 activations, even with the -1 damage. So, like, I wouldn't really want to commit this really early. This is kind of more my, like, that target is going to be something it can kill, and then there isn't really another thing that close that can either shoot it off the board or kill it in melee. So I'd probably do something like this, right? And then, of course, these guys are staged. Put my advance and charge guys. You could do something like this. And then you really, depending on what they have for shooting, you really could do something like this with the infantry. And then they're just hidden, right? So a lot of options. Honestly, having something steal their home and action may be good too. Yeah, but see, what's interesting is I like how they have the objective set up, right? So let's just say the play is we're going for their home, right? I think I'd probably still use this big brick to deal with here and then end up here. And then this squad is the squad that eventually ends up here. I don't know. I think that's, I don't know. Where are you going with that? Deep strike of the speeder. Yeah, for sure. That's an option as well. But the point I'm making with all of this is if I have these ideas generally in my head, then I can make better informed in-game deployment decisions, right? Whether I go with plan A or plan B. But again, the main thing is you want to have a plan A and a plan B. Like, the last thing you want is walking up to a table and being like, shit, where do I want to deploy? And that's not the greatest time to be thinking. Like, you're going to just lose a ton of time. And more than likely, also, you're just going to be out of position, right? To score secondaries, out of position to score your primary. Like, it's not going to be great. Yeah, Hammer of Averni plus Librarius for right now. All right, so before I go into hobby grind, it's 11, but I still need to at least base coat these Infernus Marines. So any questions or anything you guys want me to go over before I move on? Just a quick recap if you just came on. I will have this as a document in our Patreon Discord. So if you want it, make your way over there. It'll be pinned. I will do that as soon as I get off the stream. But this is all 5 missions and then all 15 layouts you could possibly have, right? So if I just move this out of the way, on the app, if you go against a take and hold player, right, it could be layout A, B, or C. Now, LSO is going to be my first GT, and we got an email from George the other day, and they're still trying to figure out like how they want to build the player pack, which I appreciate. So like, I don't know if it's going to be, hey, everyone is playing mission A or, you know, B or C or whatever, or it's like they might be changing it depending on the day, right? So we can talk about that real quick. Like, I'll get the player pack. And let's just say, you know, it'll probably look something like round 1, layout B, round 2, layout C, round 3, layout A, and then, you know, day 2, you know, A, B, or C for, you know, rounds 4, 5, and 6. I think that's entirely possible. They could also say day 1 is all layout A, day 2 is all layout C. That's possible as well. But having this whole thing, like, unless they change the disposition missions, like, this one document will last you until they change those primary missions. So this you can get some mileage out of this. Defender chooses. Oh goodness. I tell you what, that is really cool, by the way. Running in tomorrow at Charity GT. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Orcs are in a great position right now. Interesting, right? So either way, right? If you get to choose, let's just say we go with that, right, Chris? You would still need to know all 15 layouts, right? Because you could be attacker, right? And now your opponent gets to choose. Have you ever had a time you did all this planning pre-tournament for deployment and stuff, only to get to the tournament, have the terrain, area, or feature be slightly different and have to change? Yeah, 100%. So I will say this, by the end of 10th edition, every tournament I went to was pretty lockstep with what the GW layouts were supposed to look like, right? So for an example, you know, this being, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, 5 inches this way, 5 inches this way. What's this? About 3 inches. And like, this probably looks like 6 or 7. So by the end of the edition, yes. Now, asking questions is huge, right? So you're not weird if, even for an RTT, you ask the TO, like, hey man, like, what are the missions for the tournament, and like, what does your terrain look like? Better TOs will have pictures of all of that prior to going. A good example is Fight Before Christmas in Scranton, Pennsylvania. They used wacky terrain for the last shit since 9th edition, right? And so we always knew what the terrain was going to be going to Fight Before Christmas, even though it was non-standard. And so I would just say ask questions, right? But again, like, you're using these examples as general concepts, right? So am I are my Terminators going to look exactly like this? No, of course not, right? Like, but I know that, yeah, they're going to the center. So it could look something like this, right? These guys are hidden or out of line of sight the best possible. But this is stuff you can do in game, right? But just as an example, it might even look something like this. You know, let's just say he doesn't have an angle here. He has the better angle this way. And I want something like this. And then this is within 9 inches, right? So maybe something to the effect of that. Whoops. But I tell you what, I have gone to tournaments where I didn't do any of this. And it was like like a good example was during COVID. It was during Nova, right when COVID like was a thing, and for a number of reasons, a bunch of us didn't go to Nova, and we went to another tournament at Tables and Towers in Maryland, and that terrain was fucking insane. One, it was super open, and I had an all melee Black Legion army at the time, and like, against any shooting army, I just got completely eviscerated. So again, there was no mission pack. There wasn't anything. I just showed up with all melee. But from that experience, I was like, I'm never skewing ever. So no matter what army I play, no matter what composition, I always want, some melee, some shooting, and then, some tech pieces, right? Now, I may lean a little bit more towards shooting, right? When Knights were a menace last year, when the Codex first came out, everyone went heavy shooting. So I had, at the time I was playing CSM, I had only a Disco Lord and 2x5 Possessed, and then Abaddon and 5 Chosen. That was it for melee. Everything else was shooting. So my Forge Fiends, Vindicators, and then, of course, Abaddon and the Hellbrute are all supporting that. But that's an example of, I still have tools for multiple things, but I was leaning more in one direction. Even playing, what's it called? Shadow Legion, right? Where you could ally in demons, super fucking fun army. I would have some sort of shooting in there, whether it was Havocs or the Bird Dude, Lord of Change or whatever, something. Oh, I love the Flamers in there. The Flamer character with 6 Flamers. Yeah, that was a pretty awesome unit. So I typically play generalist lists. Onslaught tournaments in my area are usually consistent on terrain. Yeah, I mean, and those are the things that you're going to kind of figure out, right? Like, we know that Fight Before Christmas in Scranton, Pennsylvania at Adventure Games, it's going to be a certain type of terrain. And so you'll at least get the pictures. And then, look, this channel is about competitive players. So, like, I don't need terrain on the boards. I have my plexiglass area pieces, and I'm totally fine with putting fucking Sharpie marker on there, and just me and my, also competitive opponent know, like, yep, this is the terrain, we'll follow all the rules, but it's mainly about like the lines of sight and stuff like that. So, yeah, you just have to ask questions. But I will say this generally, right? No matter what, let's just say there was no terrain, right? We just didn't know where any of these things are. We know where the objectives are. And so it'll be a version of what you plan based off of reading this. And, you're generally going to know where I'm going turn 1, which, again, that basically sets me up for turn 2. And then you know, like I said in the beginning of this, you're only making decisions like in-game tactical decisions turns 3 through 5. The early game decisions are going to be the infiltrate game because that affects your scout position. And then do they have some super fast melee advance and charge like jump infantry, right? But I'll say this, and I talked about this in the last hobby grind video. If your opponent is consistent or constantly telling you during deployment, hey man, I've got 34-inch advance and charge turn 1, dude, they are baiting you. And they are baiting you to deploy too far back that you're not even, if you go first, you're not even ready to play. So let's just say, I mean, this is what, 24 inches? So, you know, let's just say you are falling to the bait of your opponent who is trying to mindfuck you. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to do some sort of shit like this. Because you're all worried about their 12-man fucking death company or whatever the fuck. And then you go first. Dude, you're going nowhere, man. You're not playing the game. So if someone says that to me, I'll be like, yeah, cool, man, I don't care. Now, that's just my, like, emotional intelligence kind of mind game to kind of diffuse him, because he'll be like, oh man, he really doesn't care. In my head, I'm like, shit, okay, who am I going to sacrifice to screen, right? Depending on the angles, it might be this 12-man Terminator brick. I will say, like, these guys, every time I go into Space Wolves player and they haven't played this, they send the fucking dogs up in here, they charge this unit, and even just with no oath, just getting the sustained, this unit will nuke a 6-man wolf guard or dog unit, right? And then every time they're like, shit, I didn't know they would hit me that hard in the return. So this may be a screening unit. And then I protect all my, you know, all my main shit. I might have the other Terminator unit up here. Not going to commit the scouts. They may be back, or it may be something like this, where if they do go into the scouts, let's say it's something like this. We keep these guys here. Terminators. Still keep these guys up here. So now they would have to commit 2 units, right? If they commit into this, well, these guys are heroicing in. If they commit down to here, these guys are heroicing over here. Are they really going to commit to turn 1? Probably not. So now you're forcing them to have to choose. But they are baiting you. They're trying to get in your head. I hate when my opponent cannot respect me at all in deployment and be right out in the open. What do you mean? Yeah, Big Ron, I'm gonna put it on Patreon tonight. In the chat. Mass Effect, what do you mean? Or Mass Bro? Yeah, I'm gonna, you know what? Because you're asking, I'll put it on there right now. Oh, goodness. I need nitro. Yeah, 100%. Oh, sorry, dude. Let me Combined arms is I found always best. I hate when an opponent. Oh yes, yeah, 100%, dude. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to Dirtbags. I'm just signing up for Nitro to put this on the Patreon chat right now. 764. We're trying to figure out a way to pre-plan and have it on hand. This is an amazing tip. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Holy cow, dude. This this Discord Nitro is really serious. All right, Big Ron. What's up in Patreon? Patreon chat on Discord. I don't play straight melee, skews my opponent, can't just deploy in the open, that's all. Yeah, agreed, dude. Funny story, I was playing, I shouldn't have done this, but I played Creations of Bile at LVO 2 years ago, and this is back when LVO was in January, and then it was with the Grotmist detachment. So, dude, I played like 2 games with it. I was like, fuck it, I'm going all melee, tons of possessed. Didn't take into account the mission, didn't take into account the terrain, and I just said, fuck it. And that was a rough LVO for me. So, lessons learned, don't go to a major GT if you're trying to do well and you haven't put in the time, you didn't practice, you didn't study the mission pack. And I went with a skew list, and after that, I will never do that ever again. Do you feel GW trying to nuke TTS has affected the amount of prep time you can put in? Well, I mean, so I was asking some guys earlier. I think they fixed TTS. I'm not sure. You guys tell me. I've been working my ass off, so I only had PowerPoint. So I have control of that. I can use that whenever I want. GW can't shut down my PowerPoint. But to be honest, man, I think this is a little bit easier for prep, right? Like, for an example, you can't do that on TTS. The models will flip upside down, and it's just really fucking annoying. So for me personally, I've just always felt PowerPoint was just a lot easier to use than TTS for planning, right? But I think it's weird that they did that, right? It's also funny. I'm going to go on a tangent. When like people say, oh, GW, all they care about is money, but then they make tons of decisions where it's almost like they're missing out on money. For an example, right? Like TTS was $20. Let's just say they reached out to the main mod guys and they said, hey, look, we want to charge $50 for it, and you get a cut, and then we get, even 70%, right? People would still pay, I would pay $50 for TTS, right? I'd pay probably $70 or $80 for TTS. And I think most competitive players would, because again, in my head, like, you're gonna get your $80 back in entertainment, and that's just kind of how I look at all this shit. You're gonna get your time back. Even buying new mission decks new mission cards every quarter, $25. You're getting what, 100-ish games out of it? That's 300 hours out of $25. So that's just my perspective on it. Yeah. All right. Well, if you guys have nothing else for the stuff, then we are going to move to... I'm just going to be here shooting the shit. But I got to get some painting done. Is this working? Yes. I'll probably be up for at least an hour. Move my screens around. Side note, if you guys have been following my hobby grind, here's the landraider. So I live in the Northeast, and I primed it when it was humid. Dude, it was super rough. I was really upset. But I just put varnish on it, and it's totally smooth now. So again, if you're in an environment where it's pretty humid and you make the mistake of priming outside, if you put varnish on it, you're going to be good to go. So I got these Infernus Marines. We need to get tabletop ready. And then this is my Hestan, Vulcan Hestan kit bash. He was fun. Yeah, good enough for a kit bash. Did you ever kit bash? Or are you straight dude? Oh, this guy's kit bashed. It depends, man. Some dudes are. I kit bashed a lot with Chaos Space Marines. I'm kit bashing a lot less with regular Space Marines just because I'm just trying to crank out the collection and get them on the table and play. I've kit bashed a little bit, but not a ton. I had some old Sternguard models. I did that too. I'm not sure how to fix. I don't know, man. Find me on Discord. Send me a picture. We can talk about it. Is adding varnish all you do? Oh, well, to fix the humidity kind of crustiness, yeah, and it totally fixed it. Like I said, if you watch the stream last week, this thing was I was mad, dude. I was really mad, but it's totally good. This will be good to paint. But with the new Sternguard, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with them. I see tons of guys use the old ones. As long as the shit's based correctly. Yeah, to fix the humidity, yeah, I just varnished it and it was good. Yeah, you're welcome. None of my local buddies really play 40k, so outside of Discord and YouTube, it's trial and error for me. Dang. Where do you live, dude? I talk about this a lot, man. Like there's a store 10 minutes from me. When I got divorced and I was like trying to decide where I wanted to move, I was like, I'm moving closer to the game store. But there's not many like really good players in that area. So I drive an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours to get the games in with the opponents that I need to get specific practice with. Michigan. Where at? There's another dude in here. Iron Hands Pete. I'm pretty sure he's from Michigan. I know Michigan's a big ass state. Funny story about Michigan. On my second deployment, I spent like almost 2 years in Central South America, and one of my teammates, what was his name? Faulkner. And every time we met someone that was also from Michigan, he would look at them and he'd put his hand out and be like, you know, where are you from? You know, and I was just like, why is he always doing that? And then I was applying for another job, and in the waiting room there was a you know, picture of the United States, and I was looking at Michigan, and I was like, oh, it looks like a fucking hand. I was like, okay, that's why they do that. Ed, that was his first name. Ed Faulkner. Southeast Michigan, more specifically, but I'm in Ohio half the time for work. I was away in where was I? I was in Louisiana for a little bit, and I found 2 game stores near me. I called them. I'm like, hey, is there 40k there? He was like, nope. I was like, fuck. So I painted. I was on TTS, and I was just on PowerPoint. You know, still listening to my normal, you know, keeping up with the meta shit. So when I came back, you know, I had a list, I had my game plan, and just kind of jumped right back into it. Yup, the mitten. Should I kit bash lieutenant with combi web? Oh, dude. Should I put my... Yeah, hell yeah, man. Yeah, let's see it. I kit bash my combi lieutenant. I actually really like that dude. Competitive play is a little dead in my direct area. Most people are more interested in Crusade around me. That's a little rough. I will say this, like, I just because of my work schedule, let me fix this. I'm getting a alert. Hey, let me know if it's choppy. My internet might just be weird right now. But honestly, man, I'd recommend this, dude. Like, so because of my job, I had to pull back from the amount of RTTs I was doing, and I mainly played GTs. And that just is what it is. So at the beginning of the year, I'll go to Frontline Gaming and I'll put all the main GTs in my area on my calendar, and then I'm just aware of them. So whether I go or not, every time I look at my calendar, I just, it's an opportunity. Earlier in the year is a little bit heavier for me work wise, so like middle of the summer, end of the year is like my main competitive like season for me. So like we've got so we just did ACO, and then I've got LSO coming up in Dallas, and then LVO, and then Fight Before Christmas, like I said, up in Scranton. That was the one I was telling you guys about earlier. And then Nova. So I try to hit 5 or 6 GTs every year, minimum. It was choppy, restarted stream. Yeah, it was my internet, dude. And now it says excellent. So I think it was just Ghost in the Machine. I'm up in Ontario. Nice, dude. Big Ron, how's your competitive scene up there? I'm fairly certain Ontario's got a good competitive scene, doesn't it? I'm not willing to travel, but I have no one to really go with. Might go to a tournament in South Carolina in September, but not sure yet. I tell you what, man, you should 100% go. So, quick backstory. He's 15 now, but all the lacrosse videos that I put in my videos about the book and everything, that's all him. His name's Jace, and he's the one that got me into 40k. And so, I started researching the local game stores, and I started taking him and his brothers there, once or twice a week. And, I met great people, but none of them really wanted to play in tournaments. So, dude, I just went on Google and I just, got on BCP, and I just started going to tournaments, dude. I would drive, an hour and a half, 2 hours on a Saturday morning. And then eventually that's how I met Derek, dude, and my entire 40K friends group is, they're in the Philly, Pennsylvania area. And I met them just because I said, fuck it, I'm just going to go do this on my own. And I promise you, you're going to meet people. And the funnier part is I would be surprised if you didn't meet people that are like down the street from you. I've met so many guys that, did the same thing that I did. And then holy shit, they're 20 minutes away from me. Oh, gotcha. Well, dude, that's good luck, man. That's I know that's intense for couples. So I wish you guys the best, seriously. Yeah, of course, dude. It's I tell you what, I used to be a full-time marksmanship firearms instructor, and one of the side duties at the facility I worked at was it's called Stage 2, and basically what that means is, for my organization, you have to qualify with your service pistol quarterly. Well, if you fail at your local office more than, I forget how many times, then you would have to come to the main facility where I was at. And the craziest thing I learned from that experience was like, dude, it wasn't a marksmanship problem. It was like a life problem. And they'd be up there with me for 5 days, and I would. Yeah, I was in the Marine Corps for 21 years, but this is with another organization, and but anyway, dude, I could get them to pass real quick, but the main thing was like we would just talk about life, and one of the guys, was the same thing, man, going through IVF with his wife, and super stressful, at some point, like he was getting blamed, and he felt emasculated and all that stuff. And, I just kind of treated it like therapy session. We're out shooting guns all day. And, dude, he hit me up like a year and a half later. He's like, hey man, it all worked out. And, we have kids now. So I dealt with that stuff. Another guy, his wife had brain cancer, and he just, dude, I mean, you're just not concentrating on that stuff. And it's easy to, I don't want to say get distracted, but it's easy, when life's happening and life's hitting you in the face, like you just need someone to shoot the shit with, man, and kind of just talk about stuff. Yeah, 100%, man. I feel for you, man. I really do. Cold War Marine. Hey, Semper Fi, dude. I joined in 2004, and I retired in 2025. Well, I tell you what, Mass Bro, I will pray for you guys, dude. It's a very difficult time, so yeah, man. And I tell you what, it fucking crushed him. But that's like another thing that, Derek and I want to highlight with the channel is those types of dudes conversations, man. That's some real shit, and it's fucking hard. I tell you what, because it's just us, and it's 12 or almost midnight, dude. I'm 41, and dude, I've been going through some like ED shit. It started like creeping up like 2 years ago, and then I got all my levels checked, and my testosterone was like really low, which I'll tell you this, if you're in your 30s and you haven't had your testosterone checked, I would get it done just as a baseline, dude. Like, I certainly didn't. And, 21 years, doing the Marine Corps thing, 4 deployments. I mean, my body was just fucking wrecked. And yeah, so it started creeping up like 2 years ago. And then I got my levels checked. My testosterone was low. And, a lot of my friends are on the TRT train. And I don't know, man. I was just like, look, I think I'm going to make a bunch of lifestyle changes first. So I really cut back drinking. I lost 20 pounds. Really upped like jujitsu and getting back in the gym. And it was getting better, but I kind of had like 2 incidences recently, and I was like, all right. Like, I wasn't embarrassed. I wasn't, whatever. It was more like, okay, like, this is a priority now. Like, I need to focus on like what the deal is. So yeah, that's some real shit. You know what I think is interesting about the testosterone levels though? Like, why is the deviation between like 200 and 9 something, right? And then your cholesterol is between like, the guy was like, yeah, your cholesterol is a little high. I was like, oh, like how high? He's like 0.1. I'm like, are we fucking serious right now? I was like, why? I was like, I don't give a shit about that. My testosterone is, 275 or, some shit like that, really low. And then come to find out that the way they came up with that deviation was like they took the average testosterone of a small town, and that's like from an 18-year-old to like an 85-year-old. And I'm like, I don't know, man. That whole thing sounds really fishy. So I'm going to get my levels checked again. Like I said, I lost the weight. I quit boozing like I used to. Increased physical fitness, changed up diet, and like I said, I was doing all right for a while, but I had like some incidences recently. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And I tell you what, it is nothing to be ashamed of, man. Like, it's out of our control. Like, I can't be like I can't be like, I can't magically just make it happen. My body either lets it happen or it just doesn't. So, kind of just is what it is. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous, dude. It's worse than that. It's like 210 and 1100. Like, that's ridiculous, man. It literally doesn't make any sense. I think I'd put that in the category of, just the insurance is a disaster in the States. I would put that in the category of just our healthcare system is whatever. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the time I was going through divorce as well. Like, dude, I was just stressed like to the max, dude. I was actually at LVO when like shit kind of really hit the fan, and I was playing Blood Angels day 1. It was like round 3, and I was playing Chaos Space Marines at the time, and this is back when Abaddon 10 Terminators was like the unit to take. Dude, I got them nuked turn 1. And I'm like going through divorce. And dude, my opponent looks at me and he's just like, hey man, I'm really sorry about your unit right now. And I looked at him and I was like, I'm not even thinking about the unit right now. I was like, I think I'm getting divorced right now. And he was like, oh shit. He's like, you want to talk about it? I was like, nah. I was like, I just think it needs to happen. But I say all that to where, dude, I started getting like panic attacks, dude. And I've done some wild shit in my life. And I've been scared. I've been, you know, high adrenaline, all that. I've never felt like anxiety. And that like really freaked me out. My blood pressure was like going through the roof. I was like, man, I gotta make some changes, dude. But I tell you what, doing really well right now for the last couple years. Enlisted, dude, I retired as a gunny. It's the best rank in the Marine Corps, dude. I don't care what anyone says. When we were done trying to have kids, I'd consider TRT. Yeah, man. I mean, you're probably going to do the same thing I did, do a bunch of research. I've kind of just been looking at alternate things. I just don't know if I want to, you know, stick a needle in my butt for the rest of my life, which, dude, honestly, that could just be my ego talking right now. But I don't know, as men, like, we're just expected to perform all the fucking time. You kind of just get used to it. And it just sucks when it's like out of your control. Yeah, I tell you what, man. Yeah. And, you know, I talk about this in my book. I talk about it on the podcasts. Like, dude, my 40K friends and 40K and the hobby, like, it literally changed my life. It saved my life. And I'm very grateful for the community, all of it, dude. It's by far my favorite thing I've ever done. Oh, 100% Big Ron. Dude, I got married at 25. I just did my taxes last year for the first time, not for the first time, but since 2000, when we get married, 2009, 10, single. Holy cow, dude. Like, talk about your fucking taxes, man. That was big. But no, do the pellets. I'd have to research it, man. But yeah, that's some real shit. It also doesn't help, like, the food, man. And like like, I generally eat pretty clean, but it's like, man, I also travel a lot. So it's like, unless you're growing food in your backyard, it's really hard to eat super clean. I I used to spend quite a bit of time overseas, not for deployments. That shit was just fucking wild. But like, living overseas, and it would take me like a week to get used to the meat, the cheese, and the eggs, man. And then when I would come back home, it would take me a little bit to get back to the meat, eggs, and cheese here. I had a cancer scare with my back. That took a while to diagnose. Well, I'm glad it was just a scare. That's the other thing too, man. I'm just waiting for cancer to hit. Just from all the shit overseas. It's terrifying. Hell yeah, you're stressing. It's probably terrible for your sleep quality. Oh, dude, I tell you what. So this watch, actually, it's telling me to go to bed right now, but we're hanging out. I got this watch a year and a half ago. It's the Garmin Fenix 8. Actually, while we're doing this, let me show you. So it tracks. So this is my stress levels, and it tracks everything, dude. It tracks your sleep, how stressed you are during the day, and I was not paying attention to how bad my sleep was, dude. And so since I got this, I've really been trying to focus on my my sleep. But I would recommend some sort of smartwatch. Yeah, always look at the condition of your skin and moles. Yeah, dude. We're exposed to a lot of asbestos. Yes, asbestos and burning metal. The burn pits overseas were really bad. Like I said earlier, I spent a lot of time in Central South America, and the forward operating base we were on, dude, they burned all their trash like right next to us. So who knows? Yeah, dude, you should definitely check for lumps and stuff. I have one on my back. I did go to the dermatologist, supposed to get it cut out, but it doesn't make me feel good, dude. I tell you that. Yeah. uh, done that a couple times. But yeah, dude, work's been wiping me out. My kids are down in Maryland right now for a lacrosse tournament. Originally I was going to drive down there tonight, but I was just like, dude, I gotta like chill the fuck out. Even if it's just painting and streaming with you guys. I've just been traveling all week. So I'll go down there tomorrow morning. And I already told him, I'm like, dude, I need like a fucking day. So Sunday morning, I'm gonna come back up, and I'm just gonna like chill the fuck out. gonna play game 3 and 4 with my Hammer of Averni against Nids. Big Ron, what's your Hammer of Averni list, man? Let's talk about it. Just gotta wait for these fools to dry now. What's up, Battle Bros? Thanks, man. Were you playing Hammer before Happy Crump? I was, but not as well as he was. I definitely took a bunch of his concepts and then adopted them to not only my play style, but then what was going on stateside. Like, for an example, like the 5-man Desolation Marines were just not good. It's not good in my local meta, and it wasn't good for any of the tournaments that I went to. No, I started on... So, let me back up. I played CSM for 5 years, and then at the end of LVO last year, we were flying home, and I was like... No, sorry. It was Nova last year. Shit, it's been a year now. Nova last year, I was like... We're driving home. I'm like, dude, I think I'm going to go Space Marines, man. Just because they were getting so many, like, new detachments and new units, and... CSM, dude, I played basically Packbound Zealots and Veterans of the Long War, basically for all, just about all of 10th edition. And I was just fucking tired of it. Of course, when I switched over to Space Marines, then the Defilers come out, Huron comes out, so I'm really excited to go back. Oh yeah, 100%. The Desolation Marines were a specific tool for WTC. Yeah, absolutely. Which, that's another thing I talk about often as well. Like, in my opinion, if you find a really good list, like, use that as a template. Like, for an example, I played Liam VSL's WTC and LGT winning list on 10th edition terrain. Oh, sorry, on GW terrain. It just was not the same. And I watched all his videos, and I'm watching how he played it. And again, I'm not saying I'm anywhere near VSL, but like the decision points he was making and his staging areas, like you just couldn't do that in GW terrain. 2 Redemptors, 10-man Terminators, 4 Shields, 6 Lightning Claws, 2 Land Speeders, 1 Thunderstrike, unit of Scouts, unit Infiltrators, 2 units of Eradicators with Heavy Bolters. Okay. what's your... So I like the new Eradicators, but for the same reason I brought the Repulsor was because I needed something to ferry around the Sternguard. I tried them on foot. I didn't like it. And then for my Salamanders list, I actually have 6 Eradicators with the Melter Rifles in the Eradicator, or I'm sorry, in the Repulsor as the delivery tool. I think there's also a strat Salamanders have with vehicles and dudes getting out of them or something. But for that list, I'm actually running a Landraider and the Repulsor. Yeah, of course, Canic Bar, Ancient, Kami. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, let me know how the 2 units of heavy Eradicators work out. Do you think infiltrators were required because of the unit count of the list? So, Chris, the Fletcher, the guy I was in here earlier, we've been going back and forth on, would you rather have a unit of infiltrators or the assassin? We were talking about that yesterday on Discord, and he said, fuck it, I'm going with the assassin. I mean, I think you really could go either way. I think the infiltrators are great for the 12-inch deep strike. And because screening out, it's funny, 1 inch matters in 40K, but screening out 8 versus 9, right, is pretty significant, right? And then also you need to be, 16 inches apart between, between 2 units versus before when you needed to be 18. Also, your units have to be within 9 inches, so even that makes even a 5-man squad lesser of a footprint. So I mean, you're just going to have to experiment it with it, and then we'll just see how the meta goes. I mean, I'm focused way less on the meta right now, and I'm more focused on, I just need to learn what do the dispositions do. And I think the order of operation is, you got to know what your primary is, and then you need to be familiar with the other dispositions primary. So it's like, how do I score my own primary? Secondaries are, whatever, that's the same for everybody, but the different missions per disposition, it changes slightly. So I think it's learn your disposition and then start learning how to deny your opponent's primary, because it's not the same as yours. It's not like 10th edition where it's like, okay, we are fighting over the same primary objectives, so it turned into this like trade game. It's just not the same, so we'll see. I think these, man, they're not dry enough. I'm just going to start painting the landraider while I wait for these guys to dry. Yeah, man. I mean, if someone's relying on deep strike, the 12-inch is a pain in the ass, for sure. They also went up in points, which sucks, but I get it. Did you add the landraider to your hammer list? No. This is for salamanders. So in the earlier, what was it, last week? I did a build video. This thing was a pain in the fucking ass. Piece of shit model. I had some close calls with it. I had to do some massive sanding and cutting to make it all work. But we figured it out. And then I had the humidity issue. Space Marines can lose a flank easy, especially if you let them get behind you. It's easier for me to concentrate on outside. Yeah. And dude, that's why I have the infiltrators as well, man. Like I don't need, like I said, you don't need 8-bound freaking running amok behind you. I understand holding your home isn't as important this edition, but either way, your units are getting pulled from fighting in the front to now having to go to the rear. Honestly, man, like a lot of Space Marine play. Now, look, take this with a grain of salt. A lot of Space Marine, high-level Space Marine players, which I'm not, but a lot of high-level Space Marine players were not running infiltrators. They were running incursors instead. But I think also kind of like the conversation we were talking about with Happy Crumpin, which again, love his channel. Fucking, I was watching his shit today. I think it also depends on like your meta. Like it's not a bad unit, for sure. And then if you don't need them, I mean, then they're just move blocking. They're doing actions. They can, pivot. To do other roles. But I tell you what, when someone is really relying on deep strikes, they are not happy to see infiltrators. Eight-bound dry beam bananas. You know what? I like playing World Eaters, honestly. You generally know what's happening. I will say this. You know what's a pain in the ass? The endless fighting Hellbrute. That guy needs to be shot off the board. Like, dedicated unit. Your role is to go kill that Hellbrute, because you let guy in your lines, that guy's gonna run a freaking train on an entire flank if you let him. Didn't they change the wording of the rules so we can only fight one extra time? I think they changed. I think they changed something with it, but dude, that guy was such a pain in the ass. And you know what? I thought they got rid of it because Blood Angels used to have the same capability. And also, I think it had +1 to charge coming out of Deep Strike, so 8-inch rerolling charge against vehicles. Man, that guy was a fucking menace. But they changed that, and then the World Eaters get it. Either way, I hope they did. I don't know. I'd have to ask my buddy. +2 inches out of reserve when charging monster vehicle. What a time to be alive it was. Was it +2? Gosh. Either way, I hated that guy. I gotta go change my water out. Dumb question. Do you have to join Patreon and YouTube to get all the benefits? No, not a dumb question. So if you have, so for an example, like the members first or members only videos, they are posted on Patreon, and then any like special stuff or whatever we will post in the Patreon Discord. So you shouldn't need both. If that happens, just message one of us. It happens from time to time, and then we try to fix it. What vehicle are you working on? This is a Landraider Redeemer for my salamanders, which I just finished priority assets. So that was the point of making the video tonight about that. And then I'm going to go to Purge the Foe, and then I'm going to do the same style episode, but about Purge the Foe. If you want to buy a landraider, I would get the 30K one. This model is fucking old. It was a pain in the ass to build. The only reason I didn't get the 30K one was because none of my local stores had it, so I had to buy this old thing. Any plans to go back to CSM? Yeah, man. I mean, I made the decision to go Space Marines. So I'm going to stick with them at least for the next, to finish out this season. And then I'll kind of see where, if I want to pivot back to CSM. But I need to get Defilers. I need to get Huron. I need to get that other new infiltrate unit. They got so many cool new units, man. Yeah, CSM was my first army. I got basically that entire collection minus the new stuff. What do you consider a season? So the tournament season, it used to go January to January, because LVO was the end of the season. But now, because GW took more of a role in competition, it now goes essentially October to October. Because October is when Worlds is. Well, you only need one. Is that the deal? I don't know. Some of the guys were saying they're still running two. Don't play Ultramarines. So actually, for my what's it called? My take and hold disposition, I am playing Ultramarines. Ultramarines as Ceramite Sentinels for that disposition. Can you shoot a Defiler in one turn? So not with my... Actually, no. Yeah, the Sternguard, dude. Dude, full rolls to hit and wound, devs on 5s. Yeah, you're killing a fucking Defiler. And then the Terminators will clean up another one. Just make sure you retarget appropriately. I fucked that up at our team's event at ACO. I really messed that sequence up. I had like a healthy lead. I was feeling good. And then one turn, I messed up my targeting sequence. And I did not accomplish what I set out to accomplish. And it wasn't dice. That was all me, man. I think I still tied that game, but I should have won. And that was frustrating. Defiler and a Forge Fiend. Yeah, I have, to be honest, I haven't really been following 11th edition CSM stuff. I know end of 10th, man. Abaddon, Chosen, Defilers. Dude, I actually loved my LVO list last year. I ran Abaddon, 2 Vindicators, Forge Fiend, 2 Venom Crawlers. Dude, they put in so much work for me. They were great. Hellbrute. Triple Bikes. I love that list. Chosen plus Huron is a fun unit. Yeah, dude. Do you consider Repulsor rather than a Landraider for the Sternguard unit? Hey, what's up, Pete? Dude, I was just talking about you earlier. Hey, where are you in Michigan, dude? There's another Michigander in here, and I was talking about you. Marines are soon to be getting different hour. Yeah, I saw them. Repulsor or Landraider? Honestly, I was going with a Repulsor just because it's 170. See, there you go, Mass Bro. Pete, hook this man up, dude. Find each other on Discord. Played a game of TTS. List felt super solid. Hey, was it that list you sent before? It was like Noah's Ark list. It was like double of a bunch of shit. The popo? Did you have to say it out loud? Oh man, that is funny. Double Sternguard. Wait, like 20? No shit. What enhancements did you put on the libbies? Obviously, you put the Fusillade. What was the second one? 1x10 with VAR. Yo, what's your list, man? Post it up in here. Now I'm curious. What are you doing for delivery package? For the Sternguard? Or are they foot slogging? Did you just text me? All right, here we go. Let's see what Pete's running. So Canic VAR, of course. 10 Terminators, Librarian, Fusillade, 10 Sternguard, Librarian with Temporal Corridor. Is that the reactive move one? Oh, dude, I don't even know. Maybe. Combi Lieutenant, yep. JPI, double Lancer, Incursors, double Incursors, one Infiltrator, one Land Speeder, single Scouts. Damn, so you're foot slogging them too. Oh, the Deep Strike one. Oh, there you go. There you go. Damn. That sounds good, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 units, dude. This looks good, man. All right, so just to recap for everybody. Canic VAR, 10 Terminators with Thunderhammers, Librarian with Fusillade, with 10 Sternguard, Librarian with Temporal Corridor, 10 Sternguard, Lieutenant Combi Weapon, double JPI, double Lancer, double Incursor, one Infiltrator Squad, a Land Speeder, Scout Squad. Dude, I like that a lot, man. Both Sternguard are in reserves. That makes sense. Actually, now I'm curious. What all do you get with that enhancement? At the end of your opponent's fight phase, you can place this unit into strategic reserves. If this unit has telekinesis discipline, it has deep strike. I'm wondering if they're going to FAQ that. Yeah, no shit. People don't realize it can allow you to pull out of combat into reserves. Yeah, wow. That sounds good, Pete. I like it, dude. Uh When do you select your discipline? Command phase. What do you think of the Terminators in this edition? Oh, hey, what's up, Tom? How you doing? I mean, I think the Terminators are good. I think the Librarius Conclave gives them a lot of new tricks. So the +2 movement, advance and charge is really good. Pete's running this pull out of melee and going to strat reserves with Sternguard. That's fucking brutal. Oh, it's start of the battle round. So not command phase. Was I reading that wrong? Let me look this up right now. Yeah, at start of the battle round. Dude, you can do some cheeky shit, man. That was kind of like what's his nuts? Bellacore. You can pick his shit at start of the battle round. So if you're going second, you could pick the thing that forces the battle shocks, and then he gets the heal. I'm going assault Marines. Oh, it's assault team tournament. Well, good. Hopefully you guys get to link up. I'm glad that all worked out. Sault Ste. Marie. There you go. My bad. That's some Michigan shit. Y'all doing the paw thing. Where's the camera? There he goes. I heard someone trying to say... DeQuindry? Yo, y'all got some weird names up there. Then again, I shouldn't be talking. There's a place in Jersey called Gloucester County, and it's spelled fucking ridiculously. All right, these guys are dry. We can dry brush them hot silver now. That was actually close. Oh, yeah, there you go. Cultured, brother. Cultured. I gotta wash this blue off. I'm gonna refill my tumbler. I will BRB. Mackinac County. Sick of driving 8+ hours to our tournament down here, so he dragged us up north. Oh, goodness, dude. Live Moist, Live Moist, and I feel like the Y is silent, dude. Maybe the YP is silent? I'd go Salanti. That's what I'm going with. Why is this camera going crazy, dude? I'll take it. Dude, this is the county. I don't No, I used to live in. Liver noise. Yeah, that's Gloucester. Almost one heading to bed. Later, Ron. Take care, man. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed soon as well. Just going to get the hot silver on these guys. I don't have to get up super early tomorrow, but dude, I just needed to fucking relax today, dude. Well, I got home at like fucking 5, dude. So I just needed to like chill. Hey, what's up, Greg? Yes, we do. Actually, so Pete, you played the other, so is TTS back up? Like, do we need to download anything, or like what is the deal with TTS? I've not been in the United States for a while, so what is going on with TTS? I got 6 more hours. Are you working the late shift, dude? I'm working night for over 10 years. Damn. They delisted it for a bit, and there's another mod called LCT that works better now. Dude, I don't know why the fuck GW did that, man. What Greg, what mods were you using? Oh, LCT. Right now, I'm on Woodford. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll have to watch Tactical Tortoise as well. What's up, Chaos? I actually started with Iron Warriors, dude. This is the same way I'd paint Iron Warriors. Actually, I used to paint Black Legion the same way as well.
My wife doesn't know anything about 40K, but she knows I play Iron something. She asked my best friend what 40K shirt she should get me, and the asshole trolled me and told her to get me an Iron Warrior shirt. That is great, dude. Yeah, dude, I agree. The Sternguard will, with the crit fives, will fuck some shit up. Pete, is it? Oh wait, it's your boot polish rag now? Come on, man. Iron Warriors shit's pretty cool. I got a couple of the baseball shirts. It's my new, hey, I don't need to buy Centurion's excuse for a shadow mark. I was actually looking through my pile of shame the other night on a stream when we kit bashed Vulcan Hastan together. I have 9 Centurions. But I think the Sternguard might be better. Pretty as my man fares. Yo, but you should hate fucking Emperor's Children more, dude. I tell you what, every time I play Emperor's Children player, and I was like, oh, you got a bunch of boy lovers, like from movie 300. They got all mad at me. I'm like, relax, dude. We're just fucking around. Fulgrim gave it to him after he killed Varys. I tell you what, man, I was a little disappointed with the Drop Site Massacre book. I think the original Horus Heresy books told the story better. Yeah, send me a video. I've seen your bases. Or are they all dead Iron Warriors? Should be Emperor's Children, dude. Drop site feels like a cache for everyone's. That is funny. Yeah, man, I was super excited for it, and then I was like, man, I was really, it was kind of like meh. I still think, in my opinion, this is the order I tell everyone new into the Horus Heresy. I tell them to read the first like 6 Horus Heresy books, and then go to the Black Legion books, and then you can and then you can fast forward right back to the Siege of Terror. That's my recommended order. Let me see this. Hell yeah, Pete. This looks awesome, man. Dude, I love the Leviathans. Ah, nice, dude. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome, dude. I spent real money for Forge World models to use it for basing. Oh, man. That shit's funny. You know, I tell you what, man, I think the Leviathans are gonna come back. It didn't see, this is the thing, man. When people are like, oh, GW just cares about money, dude, they make so many decisions that are like not money focused, like the TTS thing, for an example, or like, why did they get rid of Contemptors and Leviathans when they made new plastic models? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I can't afford basing bits like that. I just try to get my shit done fast. I still kept my decimators, man. Me and those units went through some tough times. 9th edition. Oh, I love it, dude. See, that's why you like Glocks. I feel like you're about to give me some shit. I'm just glad I quad checked Raven Guard Herald, saved myself a lot of money and headache. Is that like the Forge World sexy Raven Guard shit? That was the Primaris beaky helmets. I thought all veterans had them. Not every one can be a bougie Marine with a staccato. Hey, it was a gift. I did not buy that. My guys got it for me. Heresy. I'm still debating to start Emperor's Children, Night Lords, or stay with birds. Some of us buy Glocks so we can spend $280 on basing. Oh, dude, I love it, man. Dude, Night Lords are fucking awesome, dude. Those are great books as well. Derek fucking loves Night Lords. His orcs are fucking Night Lord themed. Hey, so I have a question just because it's the 9 of us right now. I guess 10, including me. So what'd you guys think of any critiques like for my concept of making the live streams like more of a show? So and what do you guys think about the name of the dugout? What are your thoughts? Beaky armor is the worst. Mark 3 iron. GW, don't be cowards. Let us do Nightmare Hunt and Murder Talons. No, that's too much. I like the beaky helmets. My army, my Space Marine army is Iron Ravens. Dugout is cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking basically, so when it's stuff and hobby grind, I'll pick a topic, and then obviously the next 4 episodes are going to be the different dispositions. But pick a different topic, and then do some sort of like hobby thing as well. If you guys didn't watch the beginning, basically well, not the idea, but the problem is I'm just so fucking slammed right now at work. Like, I don't have time to film and edit and do all that shit. So I was like, I'm just gonna do it all together. The talk. See, I didn't want to make it super fucking marine. I did think about that though. Thanks, Tom. Dude, Tom, we got to meet up, man. Who cares about editing? Nah, I love the chat hangout. It was good. It's your time, and you should enjoy the work you put out. Thanks, man. Well, no, I talk sounds good. Tactical Operations Center. You know what's interesting, man? Like, since starting this up, full time, you learn real quick to really not give a fuck about what people say, man. Like, some of the comments are just fucking ridiculous. So that's like the first thing. And then the second thing is like, I realized that I don't consume social media in the same way that other people do, right? So like, I'll make something which is like, to me, I'd be like, yeah, I'd watch that, and it just like doesn't do well. So I got to a point where I was just like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm just gonna make whatever the fuck I want, and if it does good, great. If it doesn't, then whatever. Like, I don't give a shit about the algorithms. I'm just gonna do what I want to do. Dude, you love that gin, dude. That Christmas water. Tell the haters to kick rocks. Dude, we just ignore them. Or like troll them back, dude. Like this one guy, he was zinging me, and he had a Back to the Future. His name was Marty McFly. I was like, why don't you make like a tree and get the fuck out of here? I see that on people's kit bashing videos, where people just talking shit or saying it. Yeah, dude, it's like, dude, it's the fucking internet, man. These motherfuckers will never say that shit to your face, so it's like, dude, I don't care.
Content is king. Yeah, dude, fuck the algorithm, dude. I don't even fucking care anymore. Me and my team are starting a channel for 40k gaming and tournament reviews. Hell yeah, Pete. Dude, that's awesome, man. I think that's great, dude. Our banter is probably R-rated. Good, because we're adults. Someone call me a loser. Well, I mean, the point is, like, they fucking wouldn't, dude. And I tell you what, man, some of my best friends are the guys who, dude, my son's godfather. I'm his daughter's godfather. The first time we met, we went to later, man. We went to Afghanistan, and the first thing he ever said to me was like, hey, man, we don't like people we don't know. And I was like, fuck you, dude. I was like, I need this information. And then we ended up being fucking best friends. So the point I'm making is, like, anyone who actually would say it to your face, you're probably going to end up as friends. But all these fucking internet fucking dorks, dude, I don't even fucking pay that shit attention, dude. But sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes it just questions. You're just like, man, am I totally fucked up? Or, like, are these dudes fucked up? Later, man. Have a good night. No, dude, I'm all set up for streaming, man. Derek's work schedule changed, so he can't stream on Mondays. So we set it up at my apartment as well. So I got a full table, all the cameras and shit, all the computers, and dude, you're not wrong. There are just some bitter people. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, shoot me a text with your schedule, man. Just imagine how dumb the average person is, and then imagine that half the population is even dumber than that. You know what I think of, man? You ever see Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back? When at the end they they're going to, they have everyone's IP addresses that talk shit on them, and they're like at the dude's house, and they're like, "Are you fucking butt spank 15?" And then he's like, "Yeah," and then they like punch him in the face. Oh man, that shit was so fucking funny. You know what I watched the other day, man? Fucking Dogma, dude. If you guys haven't watched that, I'd fucking watch that again. Watching it older and like as like a fucking Christian now, it's funny as shit.
Yeah, so my plan is to get these 10 dudes, well, 11 dudes based, and then I'm going to go to bed. That's the plan. Yeah, man. And just got to let that shit go. So I'm going to try to kick it up to 2 to 3 times a week. Like I said, and Pete, you and I talk offline, like my schedule right now is just, dude, it's a lot, man. And, I just don't have time to, one, I don't have the time. And two, like, honestly, man, like I'll spend fucking 5 hours like filming, editing, and then the video like does worse than when I just fucking stream. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I like try to make the streaming better? Have more, have half the show be talking points and then the other half just hobbying and just shooting the shit. So that's my current idea. I will say this, since like doing this, man, Derek's fucking good. Like a lot of his videos, he'll crank out 3 or 4 in a row, and I'll have a day off and he'll text me and be like, hey, how many videos did you get done? I was like, I have a massive fuckload of mistakes. The other interesting thing I realized is, like I don't have a fear of talking in front of people, but like I'll do better on stream just doing it live than when I like try to be scripted. So I'm just sticking to what I'm good at or what I'm better at. I also enjoy the live streams more. Like I like the interaction versus just sitting there talking to a fucking camera. So yeah, that's my current plan. But the goal is basically every time I paint or hobby or whatever, just fucking turn everything on and then try to stream games at least once a week just between Derek and I. Like I said, his schedule changed. So that's our current plan. Oh, dude, Tom, I spent $30 fucking on a teleprompter that can be on your phone, and dude, sometimes you just gotta admit at shit you're not good at. I am not good at reading from a script. I'm good at like, hey, here are the talking points and ready go. Yes. Streaming. So the thing about streaming is like once you have, in my opinion, I think streaming is easier than when you're trying to do a pre-recorded production. Because when you're pre-recorded and it's, you're trying to stick to the script, like when you make a mistake, you do it again. I have so many fucking bad takes, and which is, I'll send them out to guys just because it's funny. But once you understand like OBS, and then so right now I've got
I've got the YouTube stream on this camera, and then I've got the OBS on this camera, and then this camera, or sorry, fucking screen. So I've got 3 screens in front of me, but like where you set up the camera, and then trying to stream games, dude. The stream game I did with World Eaters last week, dude, I tell you what, Frank came over at 10. We didn't fucking figure it out until noon, and Derek gave me one of his old streaming cameras that he would take to the game store, and dude, just like nothing was working. Technology was just like, go fuck yourself. That was really frustrating, but we finally got it going after 2.5 hours. And then we're able to get it done. But it's like learning all that, you know, like since coming on to this full time, I mean, dude, it's been a fucking learning curve, man. Like I had to learn how to build websites, how to get them live. I had to change some shit even tonight. And then just like all the cameras, OBS, the fucking microphones, all the stupid fucking filters, you know, to increase the lighting, the audio shit. It's a pain in the ass. Of you hydrating during a tournament? Are you drinking fucking gin, dude? I'm gonna play this shit right now.
Oh my god, Chad. It's going to happen. This thing is depleting at a very rapid rate. I think last time we checked, it was here, wasn't it? So like in the last 10 minutes, it's gone to here. And he started the game at here. This... I am going to pay my 1 CP and drop the... This was round 1. Oh, I moved it. Oh, okay, wait. So then from here to here... I don't know what am I doing here? This was round 2. From here to here was round 1.
Is that water with electrolytes, or is that fucking gin, dude? You can't use AI to help you with some of that stuff. I try to use, so I use AI for a lot of like planning and like back and forth stuff. Dude, I tell you what, this was another thing I had to just like let go and get over, but it's like I fucking hate making thumbnails, man. All of Derek's, there you go, Christmas water, baby. Dude, Derek makes all of his on Canva, and I can't stand Canva. It was one of those situations where like I sit down and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fucking learn this shit, and then like 2 hours later, I'm like, fuck this, and then I'll just throw a picture into AI, and I'm like, yo, like put a fucking thumbnail on this, and just fucking send it, and so one of the first things I had to get over, like putting myself out there and being a streamer and doing all that shit, was just the AI fucking backlash, dude. But one of my favorite ones was some fucking douche. He's like, look at this fucking AI slop. Like clearly AI, you know, it's clearly AI because the dice are wrong. And I was like, hey, motherfucker. I was like, read the caption. Like, I purposely had the dice say certain numbers because they mean something else. Of course he didn't respond, but Canva is garbage. I actually hate it. Yeah, dude, I don't know how Derek's so good with it. I can't it's not intuitive, man. But he's pretty fucking savvy with it. Yeah, so
that's how we do all our podcasts. It's just like talking points, a general schedule, and then we just ready go. Which again, like I'm more comfortable doing live streams, even if no one's watching. It's like the idea of someone will be watching is more impactful to me than just in front of a camera. I don't know. Like I made less mistakes like teaching 100 Marines or 100 fucking law enforcement officers like live than I do fucking just in front of a camera by myself. I don't like it. Whatever. I use AI for a bunch of shit. You could probably make an app to run your whole live stream. Well, so one of my buddies, I got to link up with him, but basically like the way it all works right now is I've got this overhead camera and then I've got this camera over here and I've got these 3 monitors and then everything is going into OBS. Apparently there's a way to essentially have everything go directly to stream. So it like cuts OBS out, which is like the middleman, I guess, more or less. But I just haven't. I'm a Marine, dude. Like the shit's it's like good enough right now. Like my area is a fucking disaster, but I think it looks pretty good for right now. My department has training officer recruiting teams uses AI for all their flyers and social media. Yeah, dude. People criticize the dumbest shit. Yeah, dude. But I look, and I'll be honest, man. Like how do I explain it? It's like it bothered in the beginning. It bothered me more because I couldn't respond. Like, you know, just some fucking douchebag on the internet just running his fucking mouth. And I was like, dude, like, I have never posted negatively on social media in any capacity. Like, if I don't like it, I just fucking turn it off or unfollow or don't follow at all. Like, I've never been so, you know, motivated to be like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking tell this dude my thoughts right now. Then I had to take a step back and be like, all right, man, like what is the psychological profile for someone to do that? And it makes sense why a lot of big, you know, streamers, YouTubers or whatever, they say they never read the comments. You know, but like then you'll get like a really you know, like vulnerable comment that a dude left about some shit that you were talking about, and you're like, you know, dude, like I'm gonna respond to that. But yeah, it definitely it's been a good thing for me personally, like putting myself out there, doing the videos, doing the streams, all that. It's good. Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. The Marine Corps is fucking brutal. Early on in my career, a common phrase was like, nobody gives a fuck about your personal problems. And you know, there's a
like even in public, dude, I don't like being in somebody's way, you know? Like, you know, I travel a lot. It bothers me if I'm standing in the middle of a hallway or standing in a threshold and people can't get through. Like, I just don't like being in people's way, you know? But that is not a shared mentality. And then everyone thinks like they're entitled to their own fucking opinion on the internet, which, I mean, yes, you are. I get it. But I don't know, man. I just try to live my life. If I wouldn't say it to your face, then I'm not going to waste my time posting about it on the fucking internet. You know, now the flip side is like, if someone gives like positive critiques, like, yeah, dude, like I'm gonna like, I do this because I enjoy it, and I do it because, you know, if so, you know, people reach out, you guys right now, man, you 5 right now at fucking 1:30 in the morning, like, yeah, I'll keep doing this like for you 5, and that's what makes it worth it for me. But other than that, man, like the one and done people, I'll just make a joke and then just let that shit go. I think social media is a necessary evil for content creators. Yeah, 100%. When I was growing up, it seemed that people were happier without it. No cell phones, barely any social media. Social media, maybe MySpace, AIM, Instant Messenger. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, dude, I don't know how you old fuck, I'm a little drunk. I don't know how old you are, Mass Bro. I'm assuming you're probably around late 30s, early 40s. Tom I know is older than Pete. What I think is interesting is like I'll be in the car with my sons and they're 15 and 18 and I'll be like, yo dude, like find me a gas station. They're like, Dad, I don't know. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm like, get on that iPhone and fucking search me one right now. They're like, oh, my bad. And it's like, I think about when I was like, I didn't get a cell phone until I was 18. You know, and before that, it was fucking map. Like the first time I used to play in a band. I played in a heavy metal band. I played bass guitar, and dude, the first time we toured around the country, it was fucking MapQuest, and an Atlas. Charlotte. All right, we're taking 95, and then we're just gonna drive all the way down there, and then we'll call whoever we know once we hit like, you know, the Beltway. Dude, you know, but you know what, man? Like okay, so my son, right? Like he's got it. Well, both of my sons, they have girlfriends, and it's all through cell phone and shit. But it's like, man, when we were kids, it was instant messenger. You know, you're fucking AIM. You know, you're on the computer. I agree. There was something different with, you know, society back then. But that's, you know, that's kind of, not kind of, but that's also what I write about in my book, where like society is so instant gratification driven, like, whereas for me, Warhammer 40,000 is a delayed consequence style game. And it didn't really make sense to me until I took a step back and I was just like, okay, dude, like
you know, I've played strategy games my whole life. Like, why am I sucking at 40K right now? But the difference was like I was used to real-time strategy, you know, and then just, you know, in my job, and I mean, you know, I think Pete, you definitely understand this, but it's like, you know, everything that we did was like immediate action, immediate response, you know, good or bad. Whereas like Warhammer 40,000, you know, you don't know the effects of your actions for 20 minutes, you know, until the end of your opponent's turn. Now, you know, that doesn't sound like a lot, but like, dude, you know, coming back to like social media. So I ran the social media account for the veteran nonprofit that I worked for. And this was like I left in 2019, 2020. And back then, like for the hooks, for like the shorts and the reels and whatever, like it was like, you know, the attention span was 3 seconds. It's fucking 1.5 seconds right now. And so I'll watch our videos and like you'll see like 60% of the people that watch my shorts that I make for the channel, they swipe away within fucking 2 seconds, man. And that's what I was saying before. I was just like, you know what, man? Like, I'm not building my shit for the algorithm. I'm not building my shit for these people who can't look at something for fucking 3 goddamn seconds. Like, that is just fucking insane to me. 'Cause like, you know, the other thing I realized was like, the way I view social media is not the way that most people view the social media that I make and Derek makes, like for the channel. And it's just fucking weird, dude. When you see all the algorithms and the numbers, you're just like, man, dude, they looked at this for 1 second. Like, it's fucking wild, dude. I ran my 40K tournament company with our YouTube and Facebook pages. It was hard to ignore the trolls. Yeah, it is, dude. I actually got death threats over Reddit. Yeah, I believe it, dude. Fucking Reddit's gay. 36, basically geriatric, dude. I tell you what, at 35, you hit the first fork in the road of, you know, am I gonna... Am I gonna gain weight or am I gonna fucking put in the work to lose weight? And then I think 40 is like the second fork in the road. I was called murderers for organizing a super oh goodness, dude. I don't even want to get into that right now. You deserved it. Yep. Yeah, I agree, dude. COVID was a interesting time in the world, man. It really fucking was. And I'm just going to say this. It was the first time I really paid attention to my local government. Like, who's in charge of my town? Who's in charge of my county? I had to change the diet tonic. Yeah, dude. Yeah, yep, I get it, man. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, dude, when I was having the, you know, going through my divorce and fucking ED and shit like that, I was like, I need to make some fucking lifestyle changes for sure. I tell you what, though, regular ass tonic water that's a lot of fucking sugar, brother. No, the travel fucking sucks, man. But it's just kind of be what it is right now for me, man. So I tried to do the best I can with diet and sleep. But you know, like I said, man, I've lost 20 pounds in the last year. So you know, I got Derek fasting. He's lost a ton of weight. It's good, man. Like, you know, we gotta look out for each other. No one else is, I'll tell you that. What do you do? Message me on Discord and I'll tell you what I do. But I travel a lot. I used to run about 4 hours of sleep. Oh, goodness, dude. Work 12 hours, still function. Yeah, man. So I had an interesting conversation with my teammates this week. You know, we were just talking about like getting away from like heavy fucking boozing, and man, for me, like I was a functional alcoholic. I mean, straight up. And you know, but like the lifestyle, the job, everything forced me to have to perform. So like I'd clean a bottle and then just like go back to work, dude. And it was just not fucking good. And it took me a little bit to fucking get out of that habit. That was hard. I'm actually, so this is my last can of nicotine pouches. I'm actually transitioning over to that other shit. You know, because like I said, man, the ED stuff fucking bothered me. And I was like, all right, like, if I'm doing shit that restricts blood flow, you know, and vasoconstriction and all that shit, like, I should probably make some lifestyle changes. So I'm kind of going through that right now, to be super fucking candid. Getting a CPAP. Yeah, dude. Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up. So one of my 40K buddies, he works at a sleep clinic, and we were at a tournament, and you know, it was like 4 of us in the same room, so we got like double queens. But you know, so we were doubling up in the bed, and so my buddy Raph, he was Tom, you know Raph from Gundam Kitchen. Anyway, he was sleeping in the same bed with me. We woke up the next morning, and he was like, "Yo, dude, you need to go get a sleep study." I did end up getting the sleep study, but at the same time, I like, you know, I wasn't going to bed fucking drunk anymore, and so that really cleaned up my like snoring and my sleep apnea, because you know, I got the test done, and I don't have that anymore, and that was just from cooling with the booze. Evening, gents. I'm going to my first tournament in Killeen next weekend. Any advice on certain things I need you to bring or carry with me? What's up, Gabriel? Well, from a so from a what to bring perspective, one, hydration. So I would bring a gallon of fucking water. I'd also bring some Advil, because you're gonna get fucking headaches. And then bring an extra tape measure, of course, your dice, you know, all that shit. What else? If you got a tray for your stuff, that'd be good. Yep, Tom, 100%. Snacks, yeah, of course, your dice. But if you watch the beginning of this video, I would ask your local TO, like, what are the missions? And you can go through, like, a version of mission planning, which is what I went through in the beginning of this video or this live stream episode. And then you can get a general idea of your deployment and turn one movement phase, and that will drastically help. And then on top of that, have fun and be okay with getting your ass beat. So, two of my teammates have CPAPs, but in the same room. The two Banes, that's fucking great. Dude, just cold turkey it. I'm gonna get the ultra stuff. Dude, I have chewed tobacco for 20 fucking years. I went from Grizzly Wintergreen to Copenhagen, and then I got on the Snus train and then the Zin train. But I think I'm gonna. It's super nostalgic, dude. Like, you know, I like throwing in some sort of nicotine when I'm painting, when I'm cleaning guns, when I'm shooting guns. It's really nostalgic for me. It's a bad habit, so trying to figure that out. I was going through 3 cans of Zin a day. Damn, Flyfus! Like $7.50 a month, dropped it. For first few weeks were hell, but now I'm on week 7. Hey, congratulations, man. That's fucking great, dude. Nicotine addiction is tough. I kicked chewing tobacco in my early 20s. It fucking sucked. Yes, dude, 100%. Gabe, 2 measuring tapes, a laser pointer, dice tray, and rolling cart. Yep, yeah, 100%. High protein snacks, yeah. Dude, I really like the Quest peanut butter cups. Fuck, they are good, dude. 2 grams of fucking sugar, like 13 grams of protein. They taste great. Tokens, yes, yeah, 100%. I'm gonna have tons of fun. Thanks, gents. Hell yeah, Gabe. Load up your army, practice your deployments. Yeah, for sure, man. Shitty part about quitting is gaining weight. Yeah, now that I'm not dipping all day, I just eat. Dude, so I just pound water. Whenever I'm fucking hungry, I just drink more water, dude. It fucking sucks. But it fills you up. My dad smoked 2 packs a day and ate a few Star Wars figures near his computer desk. The stormtroopers turned brown and yellow. Damn, dude. I tell you what, I used to smoke, and I remember dude, I must have been 21. Yeah, it was when I came back from Iraq. I was trying to hook up with this chick, and she gets in my car, and she's like, oh my God. She's like, is that cigarette smoke? And I quit after that, honestly. But I did really like smoking cigarettes. That sounds stupid, but I did like it. I started intermittent fasting. Hell yeah, dude. I tell you what, man. I've been fasting for 2 years now. What I realized was my consumption. I was just eating a lot of food. I did the 12 to 8 p.m. feeding period, so about a 16-hour fast. That, and like I went sober for a period of time. That helped me. I lost fucking 20 pounds from that. I was hitting like 220, back down to like 194, 195. But what I realized with fasting was I used to just eat a fuckload of food, man. But when I started fasting, probably the end of the first month is when I noticed it, where I was just like, I wasn't eating as much as I used to. So my consumption went way down. I've never even tried any nicotine or dipping products. Well, I tell you what, Pete, don't fucking start. I mean, also, you spend $280 on your bases, so... I went to the academy 132, like 155. Damn, Pete. How tall are you, brother? Don't do it. Once you hooked, you think life is nothing without it. I tell you what, Flyfist, man, I do love nicotine. But I don't know. The older I get, the more irritated I get at things that control me. It would just like make me fucking mad. I don't know if you guys saw that one short, but at ACO teams tournament, my opponent, you know, he was shaking quite a bit as he was moving his models, but I mean, whatever. I didn't care. And he was like, "Hey, look, I'm really sorry, man. I shake a lot. I used to be an alcoholic." And I looked at him and I was just like, "Yeah, dude, I fucking get it, man." And then we were kind of just looking at each other, and I was like, "Yo, how long did it take for the voices in your head to stop?" And he just looked at me and he was like, "Dude, I thought I was the only one." Now, I didn't go into it in the short, but like, dude, when I went sober, man, I've never had intrinsic voices in my fucking head. And it was like, dude, just have a drink. Like, or if I did have a drink, it'd be like, just have one more. Just have one more, man. You're good. You're good. And I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. And that took a little bit to get out of my head. I've seen how angry fasting makes people. You're funny as fuck, Pete. Went to Afghanistan 6'2", 165, could never gain weight. 6 months after returning home, I shot up to 210. Now I'm 228 after quitting nicotine. Dude, I tell you what, man, I'm 5'11". I went to Afghanistan fucking 212. Dude, I lost like fucking 40 pounds, man. Dude, when I first showed up, we were rationed fucking MREs, and then like we couldn't get resupplied, so we had like fucking no MREs. We were eating fucking, like, we would hit these people's compounds, and luckily we had civil affairs with us, and we would just pay them. We'd fucking kill their goats and, you know, eat their shit. Dude, I was fucking like, there's a picture in my book. Dude, I was skinny as fuck, man. What years were you, when were you in Afghanistan? I was there in 2011 in Sangin. I lived off Rippets in Copenhagen. Hell yeah, dude. Fresh shawarma? No, dude. Man. Fuck. How do you explain? Dude, it like... it's fucking like biblical times with machine guns and fucking cell phones and cars over there, dude. You know, at least in my experience, like a lot of it's still an agrarian society, like the no running water, no electricity. It's fucking wild, dude. I felt like I was fucking from the future, dropping out of these fucking helicopters and just, man, it was fucking wild. Leatherneck 2012. Yeah, I was in Sangin in 2011. It's fucking nuts, dude. Hey, so you were there when the attack happened, right? Yeah. No, of course I know Leatherneck, man. Bastion had fucking KFC, hot British chicks, cigarettes were $25 versus on Leatherneck it was $45. We would go back to Leatherneck every 70 days or so for R&R. Told you before that one of the Marines on my team was going through Iraq. Other teammates was still over there in 2004. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Go cheese pizza gut. All right. Were you who are you with? You know Pandemonium in Garden City, Massachusetts? Nope. Oh, gotcha. Massbro, not Massachusetts. Gotcha. Fourth Marines. Like Fourth Marine Division. Yeah, there we go. Man, I'm so glad you guys met on this shit. Yeah, I moved from 03 to motor transport company. Dude, I get you, man. Dude, I retired from the reserves, dude. I came in as a cook. I went to Iraq, picking up dead bodies, and then I transferred over to 4th Recon Battalion, went through the pipeline, and then I retired out of 3rd Force Recon in Mobile, Alabama. So I love my fellow reservists, dude. Dude, that was an interesting time, dude. I don't think people realized what the reserve life was during the GWAT. Thanks, man. Yes, Pete, it is like Steven Seagal. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Dude, I was literally the fucking omelet guy, dude. I still love making breakfast, but yeah, I wanted to be a chef, and I joined the Marine Corps on a whim. I went reserve because I had a dumbass girlfriend at the time, and ended up in Iraq with mortuary affairs. I'm picking up dead bodies, and I was like, fuck this, dude. And like, none of the infantry units would let us change jobs except for Marine Recon. So my buddy and I we were like, fuck it, let's go try that out. And my life totally fucking changed after that. Hell yeah, reserve life was rough, dude. Like, no, we did get we did get deployed, like a fuckload. And you know, dude, to put it in perspective, if like I was on a dirt floor in Afghanistan, in the Sangin Valley on December 12th, December 17th, I'm back stateside, and I'm just like, what the fuck, man? You know, it was hard, man. And in your 20s going through that, and you had to constantly figure your shit out. Basically, like every other year, you had to completely figure out your life again. You know, I joined in 2004. I finished all my shit in 2005. I was in Iraq in 2006. Had to go back to work, figure my life out, and then I lat moved in 2007. I was in schools for about a year when I went to recon, and then I got a fucking girl pregnant, and I had to go on deployment again because I needed I needed fucking money, dude. And so I volunteered to go to South America. I was there for, almost 2 years. And then I got on with the organization that I'm with now. And then I did Afghanistan in started in 2010, deployed in 2011, went to the Battle of Sangin. That was insane. And then I took a platoon out for my 4th deployment in 2017, 2018. I was gone for 17 months, man. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I basically saw everything from heart attack to I'm picking up brain matter and dudes, you know, spinal columns, and dude, it was a lot. I turned 21 in Iraq. And you know, it was interesting. My life took a total fucking shit around 35. It was a hard couple years for me. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream, you know, going through divorce, fucking alcohol, dealing with my like war shit. You know, it was a fucking lot, dude. And I tell you what, man, like, I'll tell you this right now. Last year, I moved out of my first apartment into the apartment that I'm in right now. And, you know, when I got divorced and I moved out, I was like, well, I'm just going to move closer to the game stores. And Derek came over and he was helping me move. And, you know, Derek's been such an important person in my life. And we're like moving my TV or something, and he just like we like take a break because I moved from like basically one side of the complex, like down the stairs, across the street, upstairs, boom, I'm in this 2-bedroom apartment now. And he like looks at me and he's just like, hey, look, man, like I'm really fucking proud of you. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, you went through a lot in the last 2 years, and I'm just glad you're still here. And I was just like, damn, dude, you know, thanks, man. And you know, so you know that's another example, a reason why 40k Dirtbags and Warhammer and the competitive scene is so important to me, because I mean, when I thought I lost everything, you know, that's what was there for me. So you got to live 2 lives. Yeah, 100%, dude. We totally live 2 lives. Make sure you don't. Yep. Yeah, dude. I'm squared away on the VA shit. I tell you what, I've helped a bunch of guys get their shit. One of my buddies, he was a combat replacement in my sister platoon. He became a VA lawyer, and dude, I've met guys playing 40k and they can't get their VA shit squared away. And then, you know, my buddy Rob Fanning, he's a great fucking dude, and he helped them figure all their shit out. Yeah, agreed, Pete. Dude, and like all these organizations like military law enforcement, like they're really good at getting you ready. They're not good at helping you like long term. And you know, staying in the profession for, you know, 2 fucking decades. I mean, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Well, I'm glad you did, dude. Yeah. I mean, I tell you what, you know, when I was going through my divorce and, you know, everything else, like I thought I was going to get fired from work. I had some shit going down there, and dude, I felt alone, man. It was bad. It was not a good time in my life. I ended up going to therapy over it. And I was really fucking hesitant to do that. But, you know, I met a really nice lady. Her name was Cindy. And, you know, dude, she was like in her 70s. But she was great. And she helped me through like a lot of shit. So I really appreciated her, you know, for all of that. When I ran the tournament company, I ran a charity raffle. Yeah, I remember you saying. Yeah, dude, that's awesome, dude. When I got out of rehab, I felt like you didn't have anyone. That certainly made it harder. Damn, dude. Well, I'm glad you made it, Mass, for real. Later, Flyfist. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you, man. You as well. Thanks, Tom. Dude, Tom, you were fucking huge in my life as well, man. You don't realize it, but you were a really important person to me. We've had a lot of good conversations playing fucking 40K, man. It was good. All right. Well, I think this is a good stopping point. I got all these dumbass Infernus Marines, at least based. And I got my... Dude, I like this guy. He was a fun kit bash. My Hestan... Vulcan Hestan. But anyway, I appreciate you guys hanging out. It was over 10 years ago. Well, I'm so proud of you, man. I think that's fucking awesome. But anyway, I appreciate you guys hanging out. This is kind of the format I want to go with. So we'll talk about a thing and then we'll just shoot the shit and fucking hobby. But like I said, the next 4 episodes are going to be, you know, the next 4 dispositions. So I'll go over like the planning process and again, like I want to do it live because, dude, and it was exactly what I wanted. Like a bunch of people were giving different ideas, different ways to plan, you know, primary, alternate, and I think that's fucking huge. So that's really the main goal of preparing for a tournament. And you know, you guys got to see how I do it in real time. And what it was actually a really good question. Like, hey, what happens when you show up to a tournament and like the terrain's not the same? Like, does all the planning help you? And I would say yes, it does. Because again, like the primary objective locations are going to stay the same. Sometimes like the lines of sight might be different, and that's fine. Like you can adjust that on the fly, but knowing where you're going for your primary scoring is fucking huge. In addition, right, like a lot of the times you can't score secondaries is because you're just out of position, right? So you can handle all that shit prior to even going to the tournament. Even in RTT, if that TO is worth his salt, then you're gonna know at least the layouts a couple days prior to the tournament. So ask questions, you know, get the information that you need, prepare, and, you know, get your deployment and turn 1 down, and that will alleviate a bunch of mental fatigue and analysis paralysis once you're in game. So the whole point of this planning process is to eliminate and mitigate analysis paralysis when you're at the table, especially if you're newer into competitive 40K, because time like is a real thing. So with that, just a quick recap. We went over priority assets, and then we're just shooting the shit, fucking painting some models. One thing of note, Pete, I really like your fucking list. Recap on that. Pete has running Hammer of Averni. He has double Librarian, double Sternguard. One has the Uppy Downy, and then the other one has the crit 5s. So that sounds really fucking good. I like it. And I will see you guys in episode 2. Later.